Well, good morning. Obviously, we're back here for day two of the French Nationals with the top eight coming up soon. The first match is going to be, I think it's Chain versus Briar. We have the Chain list up on the screen. We had the Briar list up on the screen a second ago, just while I was sorting out some commentary. Just like in America, there are a lot of rune blades in this top cut, so we're gonna have to deal with that as it sort of comes up. Really, um, rune blades do seem to be the popular choice right now, so it is kind of funny, but it is also what we're gonna have on the docket both here and later on in the US when those things come around. It is just myself, unfortunately, today. My co-caster from yesterday, Dan Tripp, is out today at a CC tournament of his own, playing some Flesh and Blood, but you will have me here doing some commentary for you. We see the Briar player starting here. We see the Briar player going first, opting. But most Lightning Briar decks do just choose to go first, put out some damage, make some rune shards, see if they can go aggressive. However, I will say that we saw yesterday that Christian Franco definitely not as aggressive as other people playing this deck, which is clearly working out for him. Though, I mean, a lot of the people who are watching this game would have been like, well, why aren't you attacking more? Why aren't you putting on more pressure? I mean, the whole deck is about pressure, so why aren't you actually applying any? Um, especially in that game versus Bravo. But, it worked for him, so really, what do we have to say there for yesterday? So he just makes a rune chant, he arsenals, pretty standard, hands things over to Chain. We see some interesting cards in the Chain player's hand: Sting of Sorcery, Moravian Skies, and Mutated Mass. It's worth noting that Moravian Skies can't give Mutated Mass go again, so he will have to use the Chain ability for that. We have occasionally seen a few misplays recently where people have used Moravian Skies to give stuff like Ghostly Visit, Mutated Mass go again, so hopefully he's not going to have that happen. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, this is going to be quite interesting to see what he chooses to go for here. I think a lot of players would just choose to play the Gorgonian Tome and see what they get. But I have a feeling that maybe he wants to pitch that and not be the first person. Well, you can't pitch it. Maybe he wants to arsenal that for a turn or two and just see whether or not he will be the first person to play the Gorgonian Tome. Maybe he wants to give himself a bit of a chance to not, to let his opponent play it first. So we'll see him pitch the skies, come in with the Moravian, the Mutated Mass, but Mutated Mass will only be coming in for two here, which is one of the problems with the card, which is that you want to be pitching blues, but really, with someone like Mutated Mass, you actually want to pitch more than one card to get maximum damage from it, and it's actually very hard to get it pumped up to the level that you would think, because, most of these heroes are just not wanting to pitch that much, right? But he's mostly using it here just to turn on Rosetta, just to deal with damage, which Franco is taking because he's probably got quite an aggressive 5-card hand to come back in. So he's not going to have a problem with taking 7 damage on turn 1 just to get, his own good turn in there. This wasn't really a very threatening turn from Chain, so, it is what it is. And he has probably, I suspect, arsenaled that Gorgonian Tome just to give himself a few turns to maybe get a second card draw. I think I agree with that. I don't really know that I want to play Gorgonian Tome on turn 1 just to get the card draw. And, maybe it is just better to arsenal it for a few turns, especially if you don't have to. At least give your opponent a chance to play it. We will see a Plunder Run and a Force of Nature from hand. Is that a Plunder Run? No. The Plunder Run's from Arsenal. Good. So the Force of Nature is online. Into an Exude Confidence. I can't see what pitch that Plunder Run is, unfortunately. But I do believe this will be a very, very hard card for. It'll be very, very hard for Chain to turn off the instant effect, the attacking effect. Now that's probably fine because he doesn't really have. He's not likely to have defense reactions. He's not likely to have many ways to block here. But he is running into the problem that if he doesn't block, Briar is going to draw 2 cards, which is going to be incredibly impactful on the game. So he is looking down a lot of damage here. If I was him, I would actually be considering blocking this, chucking in some armor, chucking in a card, really just try to stop that damage. Um, I don't see any other way that that's going to work. So it was a blue plunder run. So he blocked for 5. That makes sense. We do see the ball lightning come in here, so this doesn't have the buff from Force of Nature, as far as I understand. He didn't fuse the Force of Nature, so this will just come in for 3. It will draw a card from Plunder Run if it hits, but it won't trigger the Force of Nature card draw. So you may consider letting this hit, but equally, I think we've seen before in these games that Chain is very willing to let the game go longer, very willing to very willing to stall out the game a bit longer. Um, then so maybe blocking here as well. I generally have the feeling in this matchup that blocking card draw is where you have to put your sort of line in the sand, and then on every other turn it's like, well, if it's just damage, then I can push damage in return. But we'll see. He really wants that card draw, and I don't think this is the wrong play here. His opponent is low on cards in hand. His skull cap isn't turned on, so pushing 4 damage to draw a card and then get that card into Arsenal, considering most of the cards in your deck are cards you want to Arsenal, is probably the right decision here. You get him down to 35, which is a start on the chip away. You get an embodiment token to block with, and you get a card in Arsenal. And I mean, it could be the case that his opponent would full block this out. But by the same token, if he does that, you're not getting any pressure next turn, and you get another 4-card hand that you can just come in with for more damage. So I really like just playing the second Exude here, especially because you don't have to save it, because Chain is not likely to have defense reactions. You can basically just go ahead with your strategy and see what happens. So we don't know what the Briar player has Arsenal. We do know he has drawn 1 non-attack action and 3 attacks, 2 snatches and a lightning surge. So there is a lack of go again in his hand, which would indicate that if he hasn't put an attack action in Arsenal, he may have some problems. I think one of those cards is a Scar for Scar, however. So if he can take some more damage here, he may end up getting some go again regardless. Whereas Chain has drawn into an E-Strike to go with his Flock of the Featherwalkers, so he's pretty much golden, really, I think. Can't tell what that last card is. Just reading responses to yesterday's controversy. Obviously, we talked about it on the stream that someone was disqualified after round 1. But the judge has kind of responded and said, look, I mean, no insults are really aimed at the person. The person is very much like, as I said yesterday, like, we don't know the background of what happened or who the person is watching from a distance. And as expected, the person who ended up cheating is a well-liked player who basically did something wrong again, and then panicked. And everyone else in the community is like, oh my god, I can't believe that happened. And the person has a really good reputation and all these other things. So the disqualification from the judge's side, because the head judge has posted a response to it on Facebook, has been to say, we don't think he did this on purpose. We think he panicked because there's a lot of pressure at the national tournament, and we had to punish him because that's what had to happen. There's in the rules, you have to apply the punishment to stop this from happening again. But he's just saying, it's kind of a sad occurrence that it did have to happen. The guy usually plays perfectly fine, and basically he's trying to forestall the online outpouring of rage or whatever happens. And I just don't think that it's justified in this case. I mean, you've got the entire sort of the French community via their head judge basically saying, he's a good guy, didn't mean to cheat, just made a bad decision, and obviously had to be punished for it. Now, I will say, just owning up to your mistakes is always better than better than not. So we see here the Gorganian Tome makes a rune chant, pitching the mutated mass for later. He makes a shackle just to have one, and then he comes in with the flock of the Featherwalkers. So he's setting up for a bigger turn next turn, and he's going to arsenal this E Strike, which I think is a really powerful card to have in Arsenal, especially when you have a especially when you have that E strikes that you can just choose to draw a card, or you can choose to get +2 without um, without worrying about giving go again to it. So that's really powerful to see as well. Oh, thank you, Chris. I like the sound of me in the morning as well. Until I've had my coffee, my voice can be nice and deep and full of mystery, I guess. What's his day going to be like? Who knows? I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to a museum later, though, to watch the Wildlife Photographer of the Year exhibit. I go every year. And then I'm going to have dinner with my extended family. Well, not my extended family, but my sisters and my brothers. And that's going to be really nice. So let's watch some Fab first. So we do see. What is that non attack action? Interesting. Is it another force of nature? It might be. It could be. So force of nature, nimblism into snatch with go again for 7 is that is power right there. Okay, it's going to get the full equipment block. It has to. You just can't let that kind of damage through. You can't let 2 card draw happen. But if there's a razor reflex or something here, we could see something really powerful. Okay, so there's a Scar for Scar, so this won't trigger the Force of Nature card draw, which is good. Um, so yeah, the damage just gets taken in that case. I mean, if it's not triggering the card draw, like you know, chains like what the hell? I've already blocked 2 cards. Have your bloody 4 damage. And then the Rosetta swing. This is interesting. So Chain's taking this as well. So what he's kind of saying is that he's happy with his hand, and he's happy to sort of push a bit of damage here. And I think that's a really big deal. Because, I mean, 2 cards are not going to push you a lot of damage, especially with the banishes we've seen coming out of Chain recently. So he does get a ghostly visit, though he does lose a shadow puppetry, which is interesting. We see Chain putting the banished card under his hero. That's a new one for me. I haven't really seen that happen before. I guess it does keep them right front and center and does keep them very relevant. Ooh, I like it. Okay, he ticks up the shackle to play a Tome of Torment, and then draws a Shadow Puppetry. This isn't a super push turn. I mean, if he has the E Strike, but if he hadn't drawn the if he hadn't flipped the Ghostly Visit, this wouldn't actually be a high damage turn. And also he has a Quicken token, so he doesn't really need the Shadow Puppetry. I think what we're going to see here is he may E Strike to draw a card, maybe putting. No, I'm not sure. Yeah, putting the Sting of Sorcery on the bottom because he wants to keep the go again for next turn with the Shadow Puppetry. I agree with that. And then he's going to see if he gets another non-attack action to turn on Rosetta, or whether he just gets something else he can play. So he can play the Bounding Demigod for 3 now, which isn't great. It's not great, but it might be enough to just finish off a chain. But realistically, do you just pitch it for Rosetta so you can see it later on? It kind of seems like the best move for me. He has played Tome of Torment, so Rosetta will be online. So pitching that 3 Bounding Demigod to come in for 2 and 2 Arcane just seems like the sensible choice here. Kind of mad to think, isn't it, that the top cut at the US National Championships is 2 Chains, who's not dead, by the way, even though he got nerfed. He's still very much alive. 5 Briars and 1 Lexi. And I'm just sitting here being like, does anyone here not want Lexi to win? I mean, you know, other people could win, but does anyone not want Lexi to win? I mean, it's just like it's the underdog story, isn't it? It's the counter meta pick, and I just want to see it go through, right? I don't want to see any problems there. So it is worth noting as well, the Spanish National Championships is into its top four right now. So off to the side, you can't see it, but I do have that top four game up there. And we have a Dorinthia versus a Bravo, not a Bravo, a Briar, which is a very interesting top four match to see. A lot of people have written Dorinthia off in this meta, though I will say I think she's still quite good, especially because Prism is not performing as well as everyone expected. She would during, well, initially this meta, everyone thought because of the dominance of someone like Bravo and Prism that Dorinthia wouldn't be performing as well. But actually, it does seem that she is still quite a good choice, and it's interesting to see her make the top four over in Spain. So we see, rather than holding resources back for next turn, he has gone for the full Shadow Puppetry into Ghostly Visit, into Rosetta. That is a big turn, taking his opponent down to 15. And his opponent knows that if he doesn't take that damage, he's not going to push any damage himself. He's not going to get those embodiment tokens, and he's going to be in a bit of a dire straits. Though I will say, looking at his hand, he has 3 non-attack actions, but he can't play them all because that is a snatch, I believe, which will not have go again. So we're likely to see here that he's going to Arcanic Shockwave and Fuse just to try and get some embodiment tokens. But this is one of those games where embodiment tokens, it really just isn't what you want. I mean, you're not going to get your win by blocking in this matchup, right? Because if you block too much, Chain just if you block too much, Chain just comes through you later on, right? When he's got more banish cards going on, when he's got more soul shackles, he just steamrolls you later on. So the lightning player needed to put pressure on here, but not having a non-attack action here is really going to mess with his plans. No, I agree completely. I'm 100% behind Lexi, and Briar is definitely the hero I like the most. I just think that the lightning deck is a little too overtuned at the moment, and there needs to be a bit of a meta shift where Lexi starts beating the Lightning deck, so the Lightning deck has to switch its build to a bit more suboptimal to deal with the Lexi, and that might balance the meta in a way that makes it healthy. We're hoping. Otherwise, there needs to be some sort of errata or something like that. But I think at the moment we just need the meta to shift a bit more, so people are prepared for the Briar deck, and therefore it doesn't just win hands down all the time, and that should lead to a meta rebalance. Really, the reason we're seeing so many Briar players at the US Nationals is because it's such a new deck to come out, and loads of people have just been testing it and haven't really successfully had time to test counters, so they just picked it because it was a really solid deck that was easy to learn and performed well in the meta, so they didn't really have to worry so much about it. So we see the second Lightning Surge, which means the Arsenal card is a snatch. I'm not sure I agree with that. I feel like getting that Lightning Surge into Arsenal guarantees you a bigger turn. Ghostly Visit. Unhallowed Rites. Okay, this is good. This is very good. So instantly there you have 2 attacks that could be very useful. And he have... Okay, he has a Tome of Torment. Yeah, absolutely, Simon. It's just not interesting if it's just one hero showing up with 140 people at a 400-person event, right? I mean, it would just be better if it wasn't that. It would just be better if it was a bit more balanced, so the top 8 wasn't all the same. Good morning to Push the Point, which I assume if Hamish has already commented and Dan Tripp is logged in as Fienda's library, that means Push the Point must be Simon. So good morning, Simon. So in comes Plunder Run. In comes the Unhallowed Rites. Getting blocked for 4, I think, because he has 2 embodiments. I can't see the dice right now. But I assume he has 4 embodiments. Yeah, I've played against Christian quite a bit as well. And I do just like how deliberately he is playing this Lightning Briar deck. We saw it yesterday against Bravo, where he actually almost fatigued the Bravo player just by attacking, creating threats, and blocking efficiently with the sword and things like that. It was a very interesting game. It was just not what we expected to see from Lightning Briar, but he kind of just slowly played and ground out the game until he was swinging with the sword every turn and building up for the perfect push turns and all these other kind of stuff until he could win. I thought that was very interesting. I'm surprised Jason isn't smashing down my door to stream the Dorinthia game, but I'll post the link to the Spanish stream if you want to have it open in another tab, Jason. And as I mentioned yesterday, so if you're watching this stream or you're watching the VOD, this is all being done through other channels who are doing the recording on the ground. They're all volunteers, so do show them some affection. Do click through the links that I've been posting or the links in the description just to go and make sure you like them, because it wouldn't be fair if you watched my stream and gave me a like but didn't go through and actually like the people that are putting in the work to bring these streams to you. The only reason I'm doing this is because people want commentary in in the language they can understand. Um, you know, other people are just happily watching the game, and if you're watching this without sound on, then just put on their stream instead of mine, because that's only fair, really. I think if Briar was to get an errata, I think we discussed this a bit yesterday, I think you would change her ability to say that embodiment of Earth tokens can only be created by damage from elemental attacks. I think that would keep a lot of the good cards that she's been given relevant. But it would remove the ability for you to go wide with generics. You can still use generics like Exude Confidence and Snatch, but you're not getting the added bonus from their on hit effects, because a lot of the elemental cards don't have big on hit effects, but um, a lot of the Briar cards, a lot of the generic cards do. And one of the problems with the generics deck is not only that everything is free and you can play it all the time, it's that you have the on hit effect from Snatch and stuff like that comboed with the fact that you get +1 block, when things go well, right? So it's a bit crazy. So we've seen the full run here. Unhallowed Rites into Shackle, Shackle, Unhallowed Rites into Ghostly Visit, um, into Snapdragon Scalers, into Bounding Demigod. He played a Plunder Run, so he drew the card where the card hit. Oh, interesting, actually. Are we saying that Plunder Run... 1 second. I think I know what you're saying, Hamish. But I think Plunder Run says this turn, not this combat chain. Yeah, it's this turn, Hamish. It's not this combat chain. I did think there was something wrong with that. Not Hamish, Simon, sorry. Oh, we see a bad banish. Oh, that is not good. That is not good. I mean, half the cards say this chain, half the cards say this turn. Like, who really knows? We see a really bad banish, and we see a Soul Reaping in hand with another Plunder Run. So that's not even going to be playable. He can play it. He can banish the Plunder Run. He just won't get the resources from playing it. And I think he really does need to play this card now. I think that is really it's his only option for keeping the pressure up, and I think he does have to keep the pressure up. Unless he Arsenal the Tome of Torment. Um, oh, okay, yeah, I don't mind this. So he's presenting 5 damage, which is 1 less than the Soul Reaping, but that's fine. It's still good. It's still good damage, and then he can Arsenal the Soul Reaping to hope to get a bigger turn next turn. I really like this play. This just makes perfect sense. He was also leaving the option open to himself to play the Rosetta Thorn if he really wants to. But I don't think he'll do that here. I think he'll Arsenal the Soul Reaping and just push ahead with that. So, for the Briar player's sins, we see a Plunderer from Arsenal. Still can't see the pitch, though I would guess it's a yellow. Into a Scar for Scar on less life, so coming in for what, maybe 6 or 7. And unfortunately, the chain player just could not put enough pressure on the last turn to get more cards out of that Briar player's hand, and this is looking really, really bad. Like really bad for the chain player, because obviously there is a card draw here if he doesn't block. If he blocks too much, he doesn't have the resources to go next turn into what he needs to do. So this is actually a really big problem. Oh, we see the Nimble Strike. Oh, we see the Nimble Strike. I really don't like this card. But I guess the Tunic resource is paying for it, so it is coming in for 5 with Go Again. He has already drawn the card from Plunder Run. If you're chain here, I mean, are you just taking this damage, looking for that out? Personally, I think you might be, but I realistically think that you can definitely take 11 damage this turn, so you need to be very careful exactly what you're doing, because that sword can come in for 2 and 2, and you're not going to be able to block that arcane. So if he has another attack action here, oh, and we see the Sigil of Suffering in hand, so Pierre needs to be even extra careful, because if he goes down to 1, he is dead to rights. Yeah, Rosetta for 2 and 2, a card for Arsenal to make sure you can push damage next turn. And Pierre has to decide if he's going to go down to 2. His Skullcap is turned on now, so it's very easily for him to just block the physical and take 2 arcane damage. Dropping down to 4, which is actually a reasonably safe number. And we know that the Sigil of Suffering has gone to the Arsenal now. So keeping it above 1 life versus Briar is definitely a good decision. We do see the banishes. We see 4 misses. Ouch. This new chain deck is just not nearly as consistent as it was before, for better or worse. Well, mostly just for worse, but then better for the community, so I can't really complain here. And we do not see a card that really makes a nice banish for Art of War either. Though I would say that like playing Art of War and giving Go Again, and then playing a Flock of the Featherwalkers might be a very good play here. Playing Art of War and then getting Go Again on that Tremors of Erathiel might be a really good play here. Because that will then come in for 6 because cards have been banished this turn. I do think he needs to play that Art of War, 100%, especially because he has a blue Flock of the Featherwalkers. Getting those resources, just pitching that Art of War, and going in for the, big turn he needs to have, basically. If he can't put lethal damage on the table this turn, he's going to be in a really bad situation. And he has drawn another Tremors. Is that another 2 Tremors? Interesting. Okay, so he chose to get Go Again, which is perfect. Exactly what you wanted when you've got 2 flocks at hand. So he's going to get his Quicken token. And then, of course, he has 2 Tremors of Erathiel in hand. He can only pay for one of them, but he may be able to play... I can't remember what he's put in Arsenal, but if he has something good in Arsenal, then he can get what he needs, right? So Flock, Go Again into Quicken token. He unfortunately can't shackle either of the Tremors, so he is going to have to... Well, he will use that Quicken token, and then we'll see what his last option is. I expect we'll see Tremors with the Quicken token into a Sword Swing for 2. Oh, yes, he has Soul Reaping in Arsenal. He could go... he could definitely go Flock into Tremors into Soul Reaping. That would be a huge pressure turn. Yeah, that would be a huge pressure turn for him. So that's fully blocked for 5 damage. The Tunic is gone now. The Skullcap is only blocking for 1. So we'll see the Tremors coming in with the resource that was floating in for 6. Nice pressure damage. I think we're going to have to see more blocks here. He can play Soul Reaping. All you have to do to play Soul Reaping is banish a card from your hand, as far as I remember. You get a resource for any You get a resource for any shadow or blood debt card you banish, but you can just banish any card to play Soul Reaping. No. You don't need a shadow card to play Soul Reaping. It can be any card. You just don't get a Lawston, we've kind of already addressed the scandals today. So one player was DQ'd for basically making a repeat mistake in the first game and then panicking and trying to hide it, which I'm sure a lot of us would sympathise with. And the French community have been very quick to say that the player is very well thought of. No one thinks he actually intentionally wanted to cheat. They think he just panicked because it was national stress and he made the same mistake twice and he didn't really want you know all the problems that can come with that. Oh, that was a blue Tremors of Irathiel. That is very interesting. Um, that's very interesting. Okay, so he's going to come in with the Soul Reaping now for 3. Um, no, not the Soul Reaping, the Rift Bind to get his blood debt down, which I guess I agree with. Um, I still like the Soul Reaping play, but I think you have to clear your blood debt when you're on 3 life, so I think that makes perfect sense. Um, just see it get blocked out, and then you see the sword come in for 2. You have gotten a lot of blocks here, so that is something to cheer about. But yeah, this doesn't get 2 and 2. This is just a swing for 2. Hey, Simon. I think this is good. You did get a lot of blocks, but due to that Sigil of Suffering, you really didn't push damage as much as you wanted to, which is really a shame. What is the judge saying? I don't know what the judge is saying. Everything this turn looked pretty clean. Um, oh, did he play a Bounding Demigod from Banish this turn? I don't think so. No, his attacks this turn were. That was not a Bounding Demigod. That was a Riftbind, wasn't it? I mean, we can check. All you have to do to get access to the video is to click on this live button, and you will see the actual video feed. We could rewind for a second. I thought that was a Riftbind myself. I mean, I studied French in school, but I don't speak French. Really, is that a Bounty Demigod? Is that a Riftbind? That's definitely a Riftbind. Yeah, that's fine. No, I was worried as well. Some of the Runeblade cards are hard to see. Some of the Runeblade cards are hard to keep track of for sure. No, I'm not translating in real time. I'm just providing some English commentary to go over the French one because the French should be able to cast in their own language without feeling like they have to, pander to the global audience. But also, the global audience kind of want to watch the video with some coverage they can understand. So I'm kind of just stepping in to feel just to fill a niche I thought might be interesting this weekend. We've also been looking at the other national championships across Europe in between the games that we've had on stream here, which has been quite fun. Oh, Ball Lightning coming in for the kill. Ball Lightning is definitely the kill here. Oh yeah. I mean, lighting is always the problem, right? Lightning here is the problem, but lighting is always the problem. Unless you get people using all non-glare sleeves, really, you just have problems with lighting once you're playing a stream. You have to have a lot of kit to get the lighting right, and it's kind of like if you think about the kit that it takes you to get a stream up, and you can think that to get the lighting right for a stream is an extra twice as much kit, right? So you can get a stream going fairly cheaply, but to get it going with perfect lighting costs about double what you paid for the stream. So it's like, okay, well, where am I going to invest my time and energy? This is a big oof. This is a plunder run, not a plunder run, a snatch to finish things off. which you're not going to be able to block, and it's taken a 4-card block from his hand. I really think we're going to see the Runeblade player start to struggle here. We're probably going to see some Blood Debt being taken as well. He really did not want a full block that turn. Um, it does seem like the... What is that dice signifying? What is that dice signifying? I am not sure. Oh, true. Which Rumo player? I think things are really bad for Chain here. He's got 3 Blood Debt and he's got an empty hand. He is in trouble, unfortunately. He really wanted to not have to full block that hand. Yeah, it's a massive, massive thing for him. Because he has a Soul Reaping in Arsenal, he literally can't play it. Um, and he's about to take 3. Well, he'll take 2 Blood Debt from the cards he can't play. It's a good game. Yeah. There's nothing else that can be done there. The Chain player was doing really well up until that last turn. He really needed to not have, he really needed to be able to put a little bit more pressure on to get into a situation where he, where he couldn't, where he could at least keep some cards in his hand. Let's just, for a bit of spice, jump over to the top 4 game in Spain, just for a bit of variety. This is a stream by Azkaban Juegos, which is a Spanish game store. Feel free to go and find them and like them on social media. We see Dorinthia versus Briar. I will say this doesn't look like a Lightning Briar list. I can see a chat about Heroic in his hand. This does seem like it is more of a Earth-based list. But we do see Dorinthia up to her old tricks. That is a Steel Blade Supremacy into a hit and run to guarantee go again on the weapon. And if it hits, you draw a card. It is hit. He is drawing a card. He is a happy Dorinthia player right now, isn't he? And of course, Steel Blade Supremacy persists for the rest of a turn. Hit and run does not, but he can use the braces to give the sword +1. So that is going to come in for 7, I think. If the Supremacy is +2. And of course, if it hits, he will draw another card. So he doesn't have to worry about spending all of those cards to push through some damage here. It does not look at the moment like Briar has embodiment tokens. So this is going to be really hard to block, to be honest. His armor's already gone. He has no embodiment tokens. I mean, if you're Lightning Briar, you just embrace the race here. You take the damage and you try and smash back. But as an Earth Briar, what is the appropriate out if you don't have embodiment tokens? I really don't know that there is one. So an update on the other pairings from the French nationals, proving to be a bit more diverse than the US one. We have Briar versus Chain, which we just saw. We have Briar versus Dash. Unfortunately, we have 2 Rhinars beating each other out of the top cut, and we have a Katsu versus Bravo game. So there's a very diverse cut going on in France, unlike America. Let's all make fun of the Americans. And yeah, this is quite quite amusing, really. It's sad to see the 2 Rhinos get paired up in round 1. I think I would have preferred if they had gone a bit longer. But equally, we're not going to have too much of a problem here. With this, hopefully, well, I mean, it guarantees a Rhinar in the top 4, which could be going up against a Dash or a Briar or one of the other 2, the Katsu or the Bravo. I suspect Bravo will win that match at the moment, just due to the boost they got via everything. So a counter for the Dawnblade, an overpower for the weapon. So even if you didn't block, you were taking a big punch. And here we have 10 to 26. Things are not looking good for this Briar player. What is he going to do? He's going to Tome of the Arknight on a wing and on a prayer. Does it hit? It does not. Oh, no. Oh, he really needed that card to hit today. At least he still has a 4-card hand, but, you know, it's not great. You hate to see it, folks. Ooh, a Vigor Rush. Hello. This is an interesting card. So this looks like he is playing something closer to Brendan Patrick's list from the recent calling. I really like the Earthbriar list, I should say. I think it's really good. No blocks on the Vigor Rush turn into a surprise plunder run, which will let you draw a card and generate an embodiment of lightning. Guys, we love it. This is a smart play. I think a judge is going to be called. Maybe. So what is correct here is he said no blocks. They are in the attack reaction phase where he plays this as an instant, which means if Dorinthia has a defense reaction, they can play that now, but they have opted not to. So we will see that card draw from the Plunder run, which is spicy. The judge probably correctly explaining that because the Plunder run was played before the damage hit, it does in fact draw a card. I don't know if this Plunder run was played from Arsenal, so I don't know if it will buff the next attack. But I also don't think he has an attack in hand because he would have drawn the Earthlaw Surge. He would have drawn the Earthlaw Surge from the top of his arsenal. Interesting here that he's deciding to swing with the weapon using the Tunic counter rather than pitching one of the 2 cards in his hand. Maybe he's thinking, well, I have a guaranteed non-attack action to block with next turn. Maybe he's keeping the Channel Mount Heroic to block with because it's a 4 block. So that would be quite smart. How is he playing? No, wait. How is he playing that after the sword swing? The sword swing doesn't have go again. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but the sword swing doesn't have go again there, right? I mean, he has a lightning token. How has the sword swing got go again? He has 2 action points. Yes, because the Vigor Rush has go again already. When that resolves and the Plunder Run resolves, he gets a second action point, which he can then use to play the Channel Mount Heroic as his last card. Thank you, chat. I'm sure I would have figured that out eventually, but it's good to have that there. So, Channelman Heroic on the board. There is a sword swing coming in, and he is wondering how many overpowers are left in that deck. It's one of these things that, depending on how he built his warrior deck, there are a limited number of cards he can play that actually buff the card if someone hasn't blocked. Overpower, obviously, is one of them. You have Out for Blood, etc., etc. But equipment will not trigger a lot of that reprise. So we see him blocking with 2, hoping to God that his opponent doesn't have lots of push here that he can do even without reprise. Now, I will say that as a Dorinthia, someone who's played against Dorinthia a lot, there is a lot of push Dorinthia can do even without reprise. And if we see like a Stroke of Foresight or an Overpower here, this could be GG. But at the moment, the Briar player is sort of correctly reading the field and understanding that, like, you know, if he doesn't, if he doesn't take a bit of damage here, he's not going to really have a chance to win the game next turn. He's just going to have spent too many cards. We do see the glint, which will give the attack go again, but of course, if it was blocked from hand, he would also get to draw a card. So it's not really a bad thing for the player that he did not. Then we see a hit and run. Because he's hit with a weapon already, it will give +3 to his next weapon attack and give it go again, which could be relevant if he has a twinning blade in hand. I think we've reached the point where the Briar player probably has to block. It's interesting. So the Briar player pitched his Earthlaw Surge last turn. That's why it's not in Arsenal, because he pitched it to put out a Channel Mount Heroic. So in comes the second Sword Swing. I can't tell if that's a blue or red hit and run, but it is coming in for 7, which is going to be a feels bad moment. It's going to require a 2-card hand block, but obviously if you only block with 2 cards, you're not going to get that much mileage out of it, because Dorinthia can just push the pressure on. Really what the Briar player needs in this matchup is the Sigils of Suffering. It is the defense reactions, but it doesn't look like he's drawn into any of them. Those are really, really helpful against Dorinthia. So we do see plenty of attack actions in his hand. None of them look like they block for 4. I think I see a Bramble Spark, a Sting of Sorcery, and a Tome of Harvest. Oh, no, that's the Plunder Run. Okay. I don't know what that last card is at the bottom. Hopefully it's an attack, or he's going to have a really bad turn anyway, and he may as well just block an Arsenal. But, we could very much see a block for 9 here, depending on what colour of hit and run that is. The attack's already coming in for 7, though, so 9 isn't really a good breakpoint versus Dorinthia. A lot of their reds will give +3, so if you only come in for 9, you're not really going to have, you're not really going to have that many options. Yeah, and we do see the Twinning Blade as an attack reaction. Oh, this is brutal. So he's taking the damage down to 1. He really should be using this phone, by the way. Just so you all know, like, the National Championship specifies that you have to use a life tracker or a notepad. So this phone really isn't appropriate at this level of gameplay. But clearly the TO has allowed it because they are on the stream table. The Twinning Blade will give him another attack with the Dawn Blade. He isn't threatening any additional damage because he has pitched his last card, so this is only coming in for 6, but it is a guaranteed 6, and even if it doesn't hit, it will not lose the counters. So Briar has gone from being I can push some damage back to I am kind of screwed. He is going to have to block here. He is going to have to spend 2 cards, and then the Dorinthia player is going to have 2 tokens and probably a full hand because he's on 18 life. Going into the last turn, I think, as they say, that is all she wrote, folks. I really don't think there's going to be coming back from this, unfortunately. And I think this is worth drawing attention to because people keep saying, people keep discussing sort of Briar, but realistically, there are counters to Briar out there. Like, Dorinthia doesn't have the best game versus Lightning Briar. But, it's not to say Dorinthia doesn't have game into Briar, right? And Earthbriar especially, Dorinthia has game into. And other heroes seem to be doing well into Lightning Briar. So, the meta is not yet finished, in the way that everyone thinks it is. And why is he putting that Lightning token there? Because he really shouldn't be. He's only played 1 non-attack action this turn. He should keep that off the table unless he's making it ready to play. But he does not, in fact, have a lightning token right now. For the most recent France match, Briar versus Chain, the Briar player won. It was a close game up until the end, but unfortunately the Briar player could put pressure on when Chain was on low life, and then Chain had to block with his full hand, and then of course died to Blood Debt because he did not have any other options there. Okay, barring any great upset, this game is over. Unfortunately, I hate to be rude to the Briar player, but I really don't see this going in his favor. Not when Dorinthia also has full armor. It's just it's a sad truth. I think there are some games you can look at and just be like, well, that game is finished. So Ooh, we see a top deck snatch. That is at least somewhat spicy. I mean, any amount of damage the Dorinthia player takes here, it's not going to be a problem, is it? I mean, 2 embodiments is a big deal, but those are still cards from hand. So, regardless, you're going to have some problems. Shadow Bound Heroic goes away because he did not pitch anything that turn. He will draw up. So his only hope really here is that Dorinthia basically doesn't draw a card that could give go again, and he blocks with, say, 3 non-attack actions from hand, and then, essentially has that. So he's arseling that card, which is hilarious because I thought that card was an embodiment of lightning, but clearly I am mistaken. Yeah, I'm not really seeing the outs here. He's probably counting the number of overpowers and things like that, so he can understand exactly how he's going to die. But okay, this is interesting. So he does have a Channel Mount Heroic. That's not a bad thing to see here. That will block for 4, so that's a pretty good start. Or 5 even, sorry. So he is representing 9 block at least on the 2 cards we can see at the start. So it's not super terrible. He's really deciding here: is he happy with a 9 block, or is he happy with a 12 block? And I honestly think the 12 is your only option here, right? Because essentially, that Dorinthia has buffs, and buffing for with a 2 counter Dawnblade, we're already talking about a 5 strength attack. So buffing for 4 is not hard for Dorinthia with a 3 card hand, but buffing for that extra 3 is really just it makes it impossible to really push through, I would say, with a 3 card hand, because he has no resources floating and he's already pitched a Stroke of Foresight. So unfortunately though, he will get the okay, I didn't see that dice there, so he did have a resource floating. He will play the Singing Steelblade. He does get the route. He can now return that Channel Mount Heroic to the hand. And unfortunately, that is going to be game, because there is no way that the Briar player is going to be able to block. I mean, that route will give +3 and also, um, bounce the Channel Mount Heroic to the hand, which he will not be able to defend with. And I bet he does not have a defense reaction. And that is absolutely GG there. All right, we are going to put the French stream back up. You can see the top cut here. Um, Germany is also starting soon, but hasn't really started yet. Um, so we're going to have a bit of a break here. I'm going to go and get some breakfast, and I'm sure we'll come back to the French game soon. I'll just put on some background music so you know when it stops that I'm back here because I think that's really nice. We are listening to Japanese Lo-Fi Playlist 2021 because Japanese Lo-Fi is good Lo-Fi. Um, So we are starting to see the results come in here. Unsurprising to anyone, the Katsu and Bravo matchup is the last to finish, which will just be a reflection of that matchup can get quite grindy close to the end. People are stabbing each other with their swords and seeing how things go, looking for that final point of damage. We have seen, of course, the game on stream, Chain lost out to Briar. But however, Briar has lost to Dash, and that has always been a close matchup, I think, especially if Dash can get that early equipment. So, it is not really, unsurprising to see that happen. Rhinar, of course, won this game. Unsurprising to everyone that we were going to get a Rhinar victor out of that game. Rhinar is just that damn good. He came to the event twice. And, of course, we have the final game then going up. The final in Spain, just for those who are interested, is actually going to be Bolton versus Dorinthia, which which I will expect will go roughly the same way that you'd think that game will go. Dorinthia is very favoured in that matchup, so I will be kind of surprised if they don't take it. We also have a draft starting in the national championships in Germany. I do believe they are doing a top 24 draft into a top 8 cut, much like we had in the UK. So that'll be quite interesting. I'm probably not going to be streaming that today once we run out of the French coverage, just because that tournament is already being broadcasted in English, so there is not really any additional service that I can provide to that stream beyond just letting them get on with it themselves. So I guess just for now, we may put on just a bit more of the Spanish finals just to see where they're kind of going and get a bit of that going on. It's worth noting the Spanish finals do have player mics, but of course both players are speaking in Spanish, so you would not get the full experience there. No, I just have the audio switched off until I figure out what's going on with all the different streams. So the update is that Katsu has taken Bravo down, which is a bit of an upset. I mean, that matchup does feel a bit more favoured to Bravo since the addition, especially of Terra Sunder, so it is quite interesting the Katsu player managed to pull that out of the bag there. That would have been a very good game to watch, I think, and that's not just because I'm biased towards watching Katsu games. Which means that it is likely we'll be going back to the French nationals soon, but obviously we can still just watch a bit of this finals game if they get set up quick enough. This is the Spanish finals. Yes. I didn't know the Italian national championships was going on right now. So, yeah. Mm. German championships have started their draft. I think I just missed pack one, pick one, which was annoying. What was so if they fold these pairings up on the French tournament, we will see Katsu versus Dash and Briar versus Rhinar. Very strong possibility here that Briar could get knocked out of the event, and we might have a Dash versus Rhinar final, which would be quite spicy. I mean, Matt, you looked at the stream and you thought that Jorge was an Italian name. Just putting that out there. As Cabanuegos, yeah, it looks very Italian to me. But then what do I know? I'm just a European, right? Pick one, a yellow begrudgeoning on the German stream. I'm not sure I agree with that. There was an Autumn's touch right there. I think there was an Autumn's touch right there. No. Anyway, that's for another stream. You can watch that if you want to. It's White Rabbit Gaming on YouTube. Or just White Rabbit. I don't think it's White Rabbit Gaming. So we see the spoils of war into the Dawnblade for turn one. We see a straight up block for probably 9 right there. Into a CNC. Oh, you hate that. So the Bolter player went first and got the card in his arsenal, but it's not going to matter because the Spoils of War came into a cheeky CNC that no one saw coming, and he's overblocked the sword. So yeah, his arsenal is gone unless he wants to chuck a load of armor in front of this, and that will not be an optimal block. So, oof. Give up your turn and your armor, or give up your arsenal. This is how Dorinthia wins, apparently. I mean, we did say this game was favored, but I didn't expect it would go like this. Not on turn one. Just straight for the kill. Straight for the kill. Takes 6 damage, loses his arsenal, which is Express Lightning. And how on earth, as a Bolton player, do you react to this? You just arsenal it and you pass, yeah. This is a Sabres Bolton. This is a combo Bolton, so he needs to keep his life points as high as possible while also building the soul. And that is not going to be possible with cheeky plays like that from the Dorinthia player. Okay, very interesting. So the nationals for top 4 for the French tournament will be Briar versus Katsu and Dash versus Rhinar. So we already have a guaranteed WTR Arc Hero in the final. And it will be just up to see whether or not Katsu can beat Lightning Briar. That matchup, as far as I am concerned, not favoured towards Katsu. I think Briar will be definitely taking that game if I have a good understanding of that matchup, which I should do. I have practiced it. So more go again into the we see the stroke of foresight there. That's pretty exciting. Sorry, guys, I'm gonna have to just drop off for 1 second. Just house stuff happening around me. I'll leave this game up, but I'm sure we'll be coming back to the French tournament soon. Just give me 5 minutes. All right, we are back. Let's just check in and see whether France has started up yet. They have not. So we are here. The Bolton player has been blocking quite strongly here. I think this is very good. The fact that he's still on 64 life after a few turns, and he has got 4 cards in Soul. No counters on the Dawnblade either. This is actually looking very good for this Bolton player. He says before all the plans fall apart. This isn't a very favoured matchup for Bolton, but I will say that it is at least looks like it's going well so far. If he can keep this up until he gets his combos set up, then we are going to actually be in a pretty good position for him. Though really, I wonder as to Rinthia, like, I mean, okay, so you really have 2 approaches to this matchup. You can block the Bolton's attacks, wait for them to combo, and then if you have enough life, you can basically survive the combo, right? Assuming they don't set up a three Lumina combo, which they can do, but it's a lot harder, obviously. Or you can just take the damage and pressure them and try and get them low enough so even if they combo, it just doesn't really matter. So we're seeing the Dorinthia player taking 3 damage here from the Engulfing Light. I feel like that was the right call anyway, even though it does stack the soul a little bit better. You know, it just does give him a lot more options. So, another hit and run, giving the Dawnblade go again, but not, of course, buffing its damage because we have not had a sword attack yet so far. But that's still going to come in for 3 with go again, which is a reasonably threatening number. And obviously, we're going to expect to see some blocks here from the Bolton player. Interesting that he only blocks for 3, however. You know, Dorinthia always has buffs if you block from hand. And we see an overpower with reprise. That is going to be hitting quite heavily. Probably for 6 damage. We can't see the color of that overpower, but it looks like it might be a red. Yeah, so that will come in for 6 over the initial block, which will be taking the Bolton player down to 28, which is as damaging as you would expect. We do see a Fate Foreseen. That is an excellent save. It means there's only going to be 2 life here lost to this. However, the Dawnblade will still hit. There will still be a go again. Oh, and we see a sink below. That means this will be blocking fully for 11, which means even that +6 is not going to break through the Bolton player's defense, which means Dorinthia will not trigger and you will not get that counter or the go again. And Bolton is riding high and dry, as they say, even though he doesn't have defense reactions now, so Dorinthia is probably going to get some damage through next turn. But I feel like blocking that out was a really big play for him. We're going to see Illuminate come in. Obviously, if it hits, it goes into Soul, another card into Soul, and it is a 4, which means that Dorinthia is going to have to block this with 2 cards or at least a piece of armor, which makes it just a really great contribution to the Bolton suite in terms of how difficult it is to block a 4 and how we're going to get that chip damage through. We see Dorinthia taking this damage, probably correctly reading that his opponent may not have any more defense reactions. So he's going to let that card go into Soul in exchange for the 4 damage. We see the card being drawn up. We see another Spoils of War into a sword swing. I mean, partly Dorinthia's got to be thinking, well, you know, he blocked with 2 defense reactions last turn. He can't deliver the same level of defense reactions this turn. Certainly not from Arsenal as well. So he's probably hoping that he can do a bit of a push. Yeah, this is the Spanish final. I wouldn't say they're both on Briarless Briar. I mean, Bolton is doing exactly what he should be doing. He's blocking, getting cards into his soul, and just waiting for those Lumina combos to show up. And Dorinthia, you know, is just pushing the attacks as they should be doing. But the fact they're both still above 30 life on like turn 6 means they are not, in fact, playing. You know, they are not, in fact, playing like Briar. The question, Sharif, since you know this matchup a lot better than I do those bad hands mean that Bolton can win? Because the way you talk about this matchup is very, very disrespectful to Bolton. You just basically say, um, you know, you basically told me there's no way Bolton wins this game versus Dorinthia. So, you know, you can tell me if you think the Bolton player is a good enough setup here to actually take this game away. Um, Personally, with that many cards in Soul, I think he might. I mean, he's running Celestial Cataclysms. He's running the combo. There is some big power you can push ahead with that many cards in Soul. Oh, excellent. So maybe I will be wrong. Maybe we will see the block. Oh, we see a Steel Blade Shunt. You love to see it, folks. You love to see the Dawnblade getting shunted. Um, 2 cards left from the Bolton player's side. So he's not going to be able to get a card in Soul this turn, but he might have another Illuminate, which would again be a really annoying card to deal with. I wonder what's being asked here. Maybe there was a mistake with the blocking. Did he not resolve the Stroke of Foresight before the defense reaction was played? Is he saying that because he blocked with a Steel Blade Shunt that he can draw a card from the reaction? That's interesting. That is very interesting. Something has gone wrong there. He just put a card from the bottom of his deck on top of his deck. Oh, he forgot to Soul Shield. Okay, interesting. Yeah, but something else happened there because we just saw the Dorinthia player put Stroke of Foresight from the bottom of his deck onto the top of his deck. So I don't really know what would have caused that. There's not really anything that would cause that to happen, right? I mean, that's a bit of a puzzling one, guys. That's a bit of a puzzling one. The French stream is just showing us the Rhinar decks, but I don't think we've seen anything particularly shocking in those. In that one, you know, it's got the Alpha Rampages, it's got the Barraging Bighorns, you know, it's got Sink Below's Fate for Scenes, Command and Conquers, Lead the Charges. Lead the Charges, they're a bit spicy. It has some Swing First Fists, Think Laters. Dash is running a full defense reaction package with yellow and red unmovables, as well as 2 of the items. So you know, a good ARG smash will cause that to run into some problems. Another hit and run. This Dorinthia player really likes his hit and runs. Can we have a moment to appreciate how good the finish of the Kano matchup was at US Nationals? I appreciated that matchup. I do, however, think that he was misplaying at the end, where he was like, I'm going to play this other tome and I'm going to draw some cards and, that kind of thing. I'm just like, you could have just said, yes. You could have just put any. All right, looks like I'm going to have a little bit of a Sharif joining me now in a second. Sharif is, of course, a two-time RTN winner and three-time RTN winner and UK top 8 at the national championships, as well as being someone who I have played many, many games against. He will be joining us for a bit of a cast, though, as I said before, we will be switching off from this game into the Dash Rhinar game in a minute, just because as I said yesterday, our focus is going to be the French Championships, just because that is the one that I have talked to them the most about restreaming, and that's the main focus of my stream there. But I will update you on who wins this matchup. And of course, if you do want to finish watching this Bolton Dorinthia matchup, then you can tune in to Azkaban Uegos. You will see the link here, and I will obviously post the link in the live stream as well. You can keep watching that game. Once the Dash and Runner players have finished setting up, they're currently just shuffling and getting ready. We will switch over to that matchup. Okay, I can't.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. How are we doing?
Doing fine. Thanks for having me. Thanks for letting me join. I saw a Dory matchup and I was like, maybe this is my chance to show the one thing I know how to play. Not going to be as helpful for Dash versus Rhinar, but it will be an interesting match. So keen to be part of this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, the thing is, we're going to go from Dash and Rhinar into maybe, I think it's Katsu versus Briar. So I expect it's going to be Briar versus Dash or Rhinar, which I think is a really good final to see, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I think both of those heroes have actually got a very good matchup into Dorinthia.
Briar, right?
Into Briar, yeah, sorry.
No, that's fine.
Here to keep me honest.
Everyone wants to see a Dorinthia in the final. It's just a natural reflex. I get it.
I mean, I keep thinking that she's still quite good in this meta, but I know you don't agree. And it's probably just the presence of Lightning Briar, right?
It's more the presence of Prism that really turned me off. I think I could have worked around a deck that punishes Lightning Briar and that deals a bit better by throwing in a few more defense reaction, 4 blocks, and so on. But Prism just punishes that build a lot more as well. And again, going into our Nats, I expected a lot of Prism. I think if we had an event after our Nats with the amount of Briars we've been seeing, I might have been able to bring Dorinthia after playing around with her a little bit. It didn't help that Dan nearly destroyed me on his first 2 reps with the deck, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And I was just like, okay, I need to switch.
Yeah, the deck just smashes face, doesn't it? And it did serve you well in the end because you made the top 8 with it. So
I was happy. I think back on the day and I'm like, if I had taken Dory, would I have done the same? And I honestly don't think so. So I was happy with the outcome.
Yeah, 100%. Though there again, we are seeing Dory in the Spanish finals, which is exciting to see. All right, we are going to switch over now to the Eye of Ophidia for the French.
We are switching
4.
on the supremacy determination turn. This is the moment Dory either makes it or doesn't.
I've sent you the link, so you can definitely keep watching. I think we know how that's going to go. So
that's fine. I'll keep it on the corner and just update on who wins or loses.
Yeah, you can keep us updated. That's fine. But I did promise people the French top 4. So here we are, with the Dash, starting with the induction chamber, putting out is that a combustible carrier? That's okay. I thought it was a convection amplifier, which would not be the right call. Playing.
So, who do you think is favored here, in your opinion?
Doesn't it just come down to when the Arg Smash comes out and what the dice roll is? Because I feel like Dash is favored, but if that item goes away early enough in the game, then we'll see Rhinar probably scratch out a win.
Did we see the Rhinar list? Do we know if he sideboards 3 Arc Smash or just the 1 or 2?
We did briefly see it. I think it has at least 2 in. I'm not sure if it has 3.
Okay. And they're playing on the National Championship playmats as well. Very cool playmats.
Yeah, though I feel like isn't it a bit of a it's a bit of like a whoever's sitting on the Art of War playmat is like feeling really good about themselves, right?
Hey, maybe if you're higher seed, they put you on the Art of War playmat, and that's
Ooh,
your reward.
that would be spicy. Yeah, I'm not really sure if I like this Art of War playmat. I'll be honest. It's kind of like it's just so red. It's just so red.
I mean, I play the CNC playmat, which is just as red, so you know how I feel about it.
Yeah.
Apparently, we are watching a match between brothers, which is very
Oh,
interesting because that means they obviously practiced a lot together and, probably have a lot of reps and know each other's decks really well.
I mean, are they actually
Um,
brothers, or is it just the same last name?
I feel like
Because
it's not a
that
very common French last name, though.
no,
And it's still a small fab world. So potentially brothers. Let's go with that.
that would be amazing. Because yeah, as you say, they will have practiced matchup a lot. We did also see them play this game yesterday. And the Rhinar player won, but he did get an Arg Smash turn 1 to get rid of the induction
Mm,
chamber, which was
mm-hmm.
huge. So we may not see the same level of back and forth here if he can't get that same Arg Smash very early on.
So my dash understanding is actually quite low. Would you happen to know how many items you think he runs in his list against Rhinar? Because I
Why
was surprised to hear that against Briar, for example, you cut your items to 1 and 1 pretty much. I
I
always thought,
So I
yeah,
saw
go for
them
it.
play
Sorry.
yesterday, and I think he was running the full suite. So 2 Techlo cores, 2 induction chambers, 2 plasma purifiers. I think
Okay.
you have to run the risk that they're going to get banished, as well as the risk that they're going to arc smash them. So I think you just run backups, right? Because even 1 purifier or 1 induction chamber is enough to make things go in your favor, I guess.
Mm-hmm. So chat is telling us that they are indeed brothers.
Wow.
So there you go. A bit of a family rivalry, probably. Even though I get the feeling that they might be happy regardless of the outcome to have one of the brothers in the final. Maybe it's a bit bittersweet not to meet in the finals when you get this far into the event. Anyway, Zipper hit for 3, boosted, hits on the boost. Um, Interesting to boost this early in the game. I feel like the Dash player runs probably a lot of generic defense reactions, so
Hmm.
technically a bit of a risk.
Yeah, and he did this yesterday as well. He boosted quite a lot, and then that actually led to him running out of cards. Um, he did put the pressure on, so that made it, that made it at least a good strategy in terms of how much damage he pushed forward. But he did just run out of cards and
And
boost all of his items as well.
and he tried to go for his Teklo Heart, and we just saw that miss. So he did hit one of them, so it's as if nothing had happened. Two
Hmm.
resources floating. Yeah, when I started playing Dash, I used Dante's list, and the first thing he told me is don't boost early, boost after the mid game to the late game when
Mm-hmm.
you've used your defense reaction and you've cycled. And I think that's good advice. So that's why I have a bit of a question about why to boost so early. But maybe you're thinking against Rhinar, you want to pile on the pressure. Again, they've probably played this matchup a lot, so there must be a good reason as to why he's doing it, and it's worked for him obviously in the past. So
Yeah, or maybe we're reading this wrong completely. Maybe because they're brothers, they never play each other.
maybe.
Deliberately. Like, oh no, I don't want to play you. I want to play someone else.
But we have a gun for 2, and Rhinar decides to take it. Um, is the Rhinar build super control, or I want to guess it's super control since you said that last time Dash played he ran out of cards.
He does run quite a few defense reactions.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've seen this, but in the Spanish game, we have just got a triple Lumina turn coming off. It's Dorinthia is still on 30 life, so it's, you know, it maybe, but that's not looking so good for him.
And there is armor, but I always feel like the main thing that hurts with Lumina isn't so much the damage you push, which is huge, but it's also just how much you heal with those
Yeah.
triple Luminas.
I mean, we're gonna see what is it 9 attacks with the sword?
He
No.
might hit his defense reactions though, he has some generic defense reactions there. If he hits any of them, there will be punishment for running those against Orinthia, which is obviously the right choice, but you
for
can
sure.
still hit them.
Yeah, that's going to be quite interesting to see in a second how much damage that Bolton player can push through with the triple Lumina turn. Here we just have a bit of a clubbing going on. Really, everyone's going clubbing,
Mm-hmm.
but it is working. I mean, Rhinar is 6 life ahead while
Mm-hmm.
blocking the pings and just swinging back with the club, nice and calm. And we did
And right
see. Sorry.
now, I was gonna say right now, while you just have the induction chamber, Rhinar is the more efficient person with his weapon.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
just take your time.
Absolutely. And we did see this Rhinar player set up some very big turns yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Though when we were talking to Chunks about it, he did also say that he felt like the Rhinar player was quite lucky because he seemed to draw a massacre for his big turns that kind of got him, we'll say, further ahead than he would have been if he hadn't been able to do that triple intimidate.
And we have a big turn starting from the Dash player with a high octane going into a 0 to 60. I'm gonna guess red since he had it in his arsenal. Boosting hits on the boost. So, typical. It's a 0 to 60 yellow apparently. So coming in for 3.
But he does have the Tome of Fiendal, so, this turn suddenly just got a bit bigger.
Oh, nice guy
And he
from
has a
behind
high
there.
octane in hand, so this could
Mm-hmm.
actually be a very big turn for him, depending on whether or not he drew another 2 boost cards.
On the Dory side, we have the blocks with the armors going now, and very efficiently blocking some of those saber hits, but still just lost 10 life points already, and still I think
There are saber
3 more
swings to
saber
go.
hits. Yeah.
Yeah. This is going to end up with Bolton on, like, way more life than Dorinthia was on. Yeah.
And Bolton will still have a lot of soul left, so he might be able to make a beacon finish her turn,
Yeah,
which is really the scary part of the deck.
and the
However,
cataclysms will start coming out as
mhm,
well.
as Matt said, though, that's a lot of card out of his deck. A lot of threads will be in his soul. So will he be able to close out the game? Is still a question.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like the Dorinthia player is taking the damage now, so he may be going down to 5.
We have the card whose name I forget, but if it hits your next boosted attack has dominate,
Yep,
and he
the high
boosts
speed
on it.
impact.
Thank you, high speed
Yeah.
impact.
Looks like it is a blue, so just coming in for 2. And then we're going to see, is there another boost in there? There has to be another boost in there. Come on. Get the high octane off. That's what we want to see.
Mm-hmm.
I've never actually successfully seen a high octane played, if you believe that. Despite playing against Dash many, many times, I've never actually seen a high octane played. So
Trust me, you should count your blessings on this one. Whenever they play a high octane, normally is very punishing.
oh, for sure,
Uh,
but
a high octane into tome into another high octane is quite the turn, but I would personally like to see him maybe arsenal that high octane. I feel like he does have maximum velocity in hand, so maybe he might end up going for it. Um,
Well,
I think the card in hand
I
is
said high octane.
yeah.
I meant maximum velocity. I've never seen a maximum velocity played.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've only seen it played a couple of times, and it was in Blitz, which is always interesting.
I mean, he's pitched his third boost card to play the Plasma Purifier, so I don't
Mhm.
think that is a mistake. Getting that Plasma Purifier down is huge for him.
I agree. I do want to see him play this matchup a bit more controlled. I don't want him to run out of cards too early, so I think that's the
Exactly.
right play right now.
Yeah. The Purifier is vital for that play, really. 2 attacks for 3 a turn is how you outpace the club.
Hmm. I think with the maximum velocity, you're still a bit resource starved to do the full 9 or 6 per turn. So maybe this turn will be just a couple of 2 shots. But starting next turn, I think it will be a lot more difficult for Rhinar to deal with this setup. And
So
even now,
Bolton is now
yeah.
30 life to 8. And Dorinthia has used all of their equipment and all of their hand to stop as much damage as possible, which is the right call. But yeah, that's gonna hurt.
Still find it very interesting that Bolton Sabres is so popular in, let's say, mainland Europe,
Mm-hmm.
but not as much in other regions of the world, because it obviously has a lot of success there.
Yeah, it's very odd, isn't it? Because other people have just dismissed it, but in mainland Europe, they just keep playing it until, they win, right?
Hmm. Oh, we have a Blood Rush Bellow, intimidating.
Yep.
It's always nice to see a Rhinar give you an option between a 6 attack and a 6 attack when you have to lose one of their cards.
Every choice is a choice, even if it's not a choice you can see. Plus, you've got to take all of them seriously, because you never know when the Rhinar might be pretending he has a 6 attack.
That is very true. But we're seeing here a experienced Rhinar playing. He pitched his barraging, probably cleared out his hand. Sometimes it will have awkward hands, but whenever you see a Rhinar block you with their whole hand and you get happy, and then you see the reckless swing and they just have a 6 attack left in their hand, it's kind of a painful moment.
Yes, deliberately on purpose.
Is he
Absolutely
rolling for
random.
Scapskins here? Interesting.
Um,
He rolled for Scapskins.
yeah, because he has a Savage Feast, so
Mm-hmm.
he wants to get the card draw, which he's gonna get. Yeah.
He did hit the Scapskin, so good for
Yeah,
him. He does get to go again here.
yeah, so he draws off the Savage Feast, and now he's still got a 2-card hand, gets another
And his arsenal.
Intimidate, and his Arsenal, and the Savage Feast is coming in for 8 already, so
Mm-hmm.
this is actually a pretty big turn, really.
As a dash player, you just throw whatever 2 cards you have here, don't you?
Well, there's a second attack coming as well. But yeah, I think you do just block.
The issue with trying to keep your cards for the second attack is what if he intimidates again, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so there goes the block, I believe for 6. So
Mm-hmm.
currently taking 2.
And then you're just going to try and, well, you're going to have that blue in your intimidated hand. Oof. We see the barraging beatdown coming in, which is a red, which is not going to be blocked, which means that hammer is going to come in for 9. Not even 9, actually. 11. Oh, this is going to be a big turn. Oh,
Club for 11.
I think we have lost the stream there. But that's all right. I'm sure they'll get it back up in a second. Club for 11. Yeah. that is brutal.
And there's very little you can block. Even though we've lost the stream, I can see the life totals being changed.
Yeah.
And now you have the dash player going down to 19.
Well,
Big intimidate turns.
Yeah. He had no way to block it because,
Mm-hmm.
he had no cards
Yeah.
left in his hand that weren't intimidated. It just proves that Scabskins roll sometimes can make the game, or break the game, I guess.
In the other game, we have Dory trying to reclaim tempo with a supremacy turn. It does have go again, and Bolton can't just afford to throw his hands anymore now that his combo is spent. So will be interesting to see if Dory can really do anything, but no cards in hand, so not the most threatening supremacy turn right now.
Your
Or maybe
stream
one card in hand.
might be a bit behind. Or
Oh,
my stream might be a bit behind, actually. As he just played the Supremacy. Alright, I can refresh. Yeah, hit and run and Supremacy. Interesting. Well, let's give the French a chance to sort out their stream. And in the meantime, we'll just chuck this up in the background anyway, just to see if we catch the end of this final.
hmm I was gonna ask, do you want to talk about Kano and CC now that we've seen him in the calling?
I mean, he didn't make the top 8, so, you know.
The, Still to this day, the only game I've lost to Kano and CC was to yourself. I came in with Katsu, all happy to be the aggressive deck, and then you just whooped me like that with no respect. Um, so it is really interesting to see Kano do his thing, and it is just a lot of unblockable damage for most decks.
But it's exactly the same thing we saw with the Chain and the Katsu players before. If people don't
hmm
respect Kano, if they're playing a super aggro deck, Kano just says, okay, cool. You brought fire, have some fire. And when you add in stuff like Sonic Booms and things like that, you really do just get the potential to chain these huge attacks that can just melt your opponent from 20 life or something like that if they're not running Arcane Barrier. So
Yeah, it's not looking great for the Dory player here. You're in a bit of this spot of what do you do? Do you try to block out everything and not pressure until they deck out, or do you try to go in the offensive? Very hard spot for the Dory. A bit of a break here where Saber Bolton only came with his sabers for 2. We have another determination turn. Uh, Hit and run, so he will have go again.
I mean, at what point as the Bolton player do you just take some damage, right? I mean,
At any point, really. You're on 30 life. You know, this is the CC game barely started kind of life total.
yeah, exactly.
Um,
Like, you're just waiting for an opening. He doesn't look like he has any cards left in Soul, though.
mhm. I know, I was surprised by that, which is why I'm thinking that blocking out might be the play. He might be running on a lower deck size now and be out of threat, because Lumina is great, but it puts 3 of your cards are being milled pretty much. It's not
Yeah,
exactly milled as they go into the soul, but you know, you attack, what, how many times is it? 6 times, 3 cards, that's
9
18 cards,
times. I just want to know where those
9 times.
Soul cards have gone. Unless they're stacked
Uh,
under Bolton. They might be stacked under Bolton, actually. Because there is that blue under
mhm,
Bolton that might be where they are. Because he can't have spent them all already. If he'd done a beacon with that, the Dorinthia would be dead.
mhm.
Is this gonna be why why Bolt
So
of Courage and not Cataclysm?
I think it's because he does have a stack underneath there.
Yeah.
So he can't give it go again if he has any type of pump in hand.
Well, he just needs to Snapdragons.
That too.
Maybe the play, because he's getting a double block here, the play is to Snapdragons and then Celestial Cataclysm. Because he does have a Courageous Steel Hand in hand as well.
hmm We see the Snapdragons go.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a Cataclysm there.
It's just a really rough spot for the Dory.
People in the French game are saying "Arc smash sur la camera." They're just like, oh, did Rhinar smash the camera? Oh, it would be such a shame if their camera broke just before the finals. Hopefully they can sort it out. Cataclysm. Oh, maybe they have a backup camera. They are starting to get it into place. Maybe the Rhinar player knocked the camera. That would be hilarious.
It was a huge turn, you know? Probably sent ripples through the room, so who knows?
I think actually that is what they're saying. C'est la brute que taper sur la camera. Drop the technology pour le. Yeah. I'll just translate that to make sure I understand what it said. But as far as I can say.
Oh,
Oh.
Bolton wins.
Bolton wins.
We see the celebration.
Oh. Well, you would, yeah. You would, yeah. If you're a Bolton player and you beat Dorinthia in the final, you would be celebrating pretty hard.
And based on the happiness of the Dory player as well, I think they must be good friends or at least have played in the past. Really nice to see some good sportsmanship and both just happy for each other at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, if you've met any Spanish card game community players, they're really close together. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I certainly know from playing them in other games, they're really, really one of the better card game communities in the world, really, in terms of friendliness and stuff. I say this as someone I rocked up in Madrid by myself for a 250-person tournament, and I didn't eat alone that night. I was invited out for dinner with like 3 or 4 different groups of people, who just dragged me along to wherever they were going, even though none of them spoke a word of English. They were just like, yeah, cool, just come on, it's fine. Um,
The international language of cards.
yeah, exactly. It's quite a big deal. All right, we are getting back
We
to the French game. Thank you very
we
much.
do have Dr. Viserai in chat who betrayed Bolton and went for Viserai, saying that it brings him immense joy to see Bolton beat Dory.
Yeah,
Um, those are fighting words, Hamish. If you want to play your Bolton into my Dory, we're more than welcome to go at any time.
I mean, there's got to be some
I'm joking.
good Bolton players in the world, right? They can't all be like Hamish. Oh, oh,
I didn't say that one.
shots fired. Shots fired. Listen,
Um,
look, Hamish, you've just come to join the one true class, Runeblade, okay? Everyone knows that Runeblade is the one true hero, right? Look at the US national finals. Runeblade everywhere.
mhm. So just to say congratulations to Jorge and I'm gonna assume Francesco from the Spanish nationals for first and second place. And you can see that they also had a lot of Briars in that top 8 that
Mm-hmm.
made third, fourth, and sixth. So and also a chain in eighth. So again, very Runeblade heavy top 8.
What's happened there?
So I'm looking at our chat debating who is the true Runeblade and whether there are any other classes in Flesh and Blood at this stage.
Look, I mean, I hate to be rude, but it's just a magic sword. Let's not pretend it's special, right? The sword was the main instrument of modern of warfare in the world for about 2,000 years. If there was magic in this world, there'd be a lot of fucking magic swords running around there. So let's not pretend that rune blades are particularly special creatures. That's why we see so many of them, right? Everyone likes the story of the warrior who doesn't have any magic in the fantasy world. That's what people want to see. Who beats
Mhm.
all the people with their fancy magic swords.
So back to our game. There was a barraging beatdown turn. I think so. We saw previously um, the dash player take 11 damage from the club,
Yeah.
and now we are back to the dash player. Life totals are 26 to 19. So quite a,
What's interesting
I would
is
say a.
it
Go
does
for
look
it.
like they
Sorry.
did a turn while we weren't on the camera. Because
Hmm.
the Rhinar player did take some damage. So the Dash player has actually managed to not take any damage in the turns that they've been playing off camera, which I think is a pretty good sign for him that even though he got the beat down, things aren't going super terribly.
I think we might have missed only one turn though. I think it was just pitch, gun kind of turn,
Yeah.
just based on the damage that was taken.
Yeah,
And
but
then there
then,
was a barraging, which he did block out. You're right, completely. So
yeah.
I mean, this is how Dash will win this matchup, which is forcing Rhinar to just bleed 2 damage here or there, and blocking the club swings. There's lots of challenges going on in the chat today. Someone is challenging Matt Fawkes to a 500 quid money match of Artifact Constructed. Artifact is a dead game, guys. Come on. It's way too complicated. Oh, we see an Arg smash for 5. Oh, that is going to hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. He does have a Spark of Genius in hand, but even so, losing 2 items at this stage of the game is going to be such a big deal.
It is. And the dice roll for 5 as well.
Yeah. I mean, if
that's
that
gone.
had been a 1 or even a 2, this game would have been a lot more wide open. Now it's going to be an uphill struggle for the Dash to recover from that.
I remember when Arc Smash was printed, I was confused as to why it was such a hate Dash card that was printed for a very specific class. But I think the meta was quite different at the time. And obviously, you only had the 8 original heroes available. And this matchup was a lot more common and a lot more feared in a way. So I think Arc Smash was just a natural evolution of a card. But it is interesting to see a card for one specific matchup.
It's kind of weird because it's such a silver bullet. I do think that Rhinar does lose this match without it, though.
Yes.
But it's interesting that if you look at Levia, who has access to that card, a lot of the Levia players aren't putting Arc Smash into their decks because they don't have the same problems that Rhinar does in the Dash matchup. They're a lot more able to push damage, which means they're just a lot less worried. So 0 to 60, bit of a boost, get the go again, and then play your Spark of Genius, get out another Induction Chamber.
It must be disheartening for the Dash player at this stage. You had your board set up, you had decent chances, and now you have to reset and hope to not take another big hit. But maybe again, that is why this Dash player plays it so aggressively with so much boosting. Is the issue that Arc Smashes does not let you build up your board with items, and so you have to go a bit more into that boosting way, and that might explain the reason he's been playing this way from the start.
Yeah, but I think the Spark of Genius here to get out probably a chamber is definitely the right decision. He just needs to get that go again. He can't really play without it. There you go.
Hamish saying, but you risk banishing your items by boosting. Just run Remembrance. I don't think you care much about banishing your items in this matchup again. It's just that Arc Smash, if your opponent plays 3, he can hold them for a bit later in the game, and it just really punishes any type of setup. Obviously, they can misroll, but they have those Gambler's Gloves, and I think those Gambler's Gloves are only getting popped for Arc Smash, and not even for Scalp Skins.
Oh, 100%. If that had rolled a 1 there on the Arc Smash, he would have happily reused those the roll on that, yeah.
Sorry, I misunderstood Hamish. He's saying the Rhinar can run Remembrance for the Arc Smash, which is very true.
Yeah, but I don't know if you do that. Interesting. We see the Achilles Accelerator. I think this is the right call here. I think he's still got he drew a blue from the Spark of Genius. So using the Achilles Accelerator lets him come in with the pistols. Which I think is exactly what he needs to be doing here.
I think the Dash player is very aware of the limitations of this matchup and that he has to kind of keep pushing and putting the pressure. And he's trying really hard to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Load shoot. Take the Rhinar player down to 20. So the life totals are still pretty close, which is good. Even with
and they
Rhinar's
both...
big turn.
Rhinar does still have all his armor, but Dash also still has her Teklo Foundry Heart untouched, so still some armor on that side as well. You do have a Goliath Gauntlet still available for one big turn, so it will be interesting to see when these get popped.
Yeah, I mean, we've said before, the armor in this matchup is very much being kept for those big Intimidate turns where you literally cannot block. Whereas the Goliath Gauntlet, I guess, is just going in for probably the next high octane turn, maybe.
Pack Hunt for 6, Intimidate once. I mean, even though I want to call it a lukewarm turn from the Rhinar, it's still 6 damage. You're at 19. But at least it lets Dash do what Dash likes to do, which is pitch blues, shoot you for 2, give it go again, shoot you for 2.
Exactly.
And Rhinar taking some damage and using his armor to... Oh, changing his block? No, I think they're going for it, yep. Using some of his armor at this stage to keep a full hand, and gonna come with a 5-card hand to probably try to intimidate. And we did see a high octane go in Arsenal on the Dash side. So maybe if there's a big intimidation turn here that the Dash player survives, he can come back with a big high octane turn on his side. Let's see. So you have the typical barraging turn. Can't see the color of the barraging, but maybe a red. Getting ready for the intimidation. Needs to re-roll multiple times to hit a card. There we go. 1 card intimidated. Another barraging.
You see him rolling those 6s, being like, "God damn it, where's my scab skins?"
2 cards intimidated, and if you don't block with 2 cards, it's gonna be plus. I can't tell from the color, but
I think it's a blue and a red. Oh, but it's the Alpha Rampage. It is the 3rd Intimidate.
Yep.
Oh.
And the 4th. It's a full hand intimidating.
Yeah.
And
then just coming in for
4, 5.
It'll be 6. It'll be 15, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof. Now I love Brute, so I love to see this, but some people are definitely feeling the Dash player's pain here.
I was gonna say I don't think the Dash player loves to see this at this stage.
As he drops to 6. Oof.
Yeah, it was 15. He took 13 after blocking 2 with some armor. I mean, I get the reflex here to throw your armor. You're a bit like, well, what's the point? I need to throw this. And he is going to need to have a big high octane turn here, or...
I mean, he does have 5 cards, so there is at least a bit of a hope that he can put on a nice bit of pressure.
We do see the high octane played.
Oh, wow.
So
okay.
it's a good start. I think I saw a CNC being drawn as well. Not as useful now that the Rhinar player doesn't have an arsenal. But you know, with the gauntlets, that's 8 damage that you can do.
It's a nice little bit of a finisher.
I think it's 2 CNCs in his hand, which
Yeah,
is
so this isn't exactly what
slightly
he wants to be
awkward.
seeing, yeah. Because he has 2 boost cards. That's not so great, actually.
Well, you do have some Rhinar players that are pretty happy in chat after this turn. I mean, it was like, when you looked at Rhinar's cards, that was the turn you were looking for. Full Intimidate, Alpha Rampage for obscene amounts of damages.
I think
I
it hit
think.
for 13 in the end or something.
Mhm.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
So Dash player shot his gun, refilling his gun. I think you're gonna have to use Teklo Foundry Heart as well at some point.
Yeah, I think you do. I think you pitch a blue. The problem is you want to boost again to get another action point.
So the boosting hits.
Maximum velocity. He would have much
Yeah.
rather drawn that maximum velocity than the CNCs, I can tell you that.
Block from the Rhinar. The Rhinar respecting the amount of damage that can come up of this turn, because obviously he doesn't know his hand. We know that there's 2 reds in there, but if there was another blue, that was a lot of damage being presented.
So we're going to see the CNC come in. A
Mhm.
nice big 6 damage. Of course, he still has another action point floating, so he can still shoot the pistol twice. Interesting choice not to use the Goliath Gauntlet on this. I think it personally would have been quite a good idea to push through some extra damage. But he might be thinking that if his opponent arsenals next turn, he could arsenal the CNC and then Goliath Gauntlet it next turn to maybe threaten the arsenal card.
I think that's his plan as well, because you obviously saw the Rhinar commit a card, so you're thinking he might commit another card or 2 to the block. And so his turn might just be Club Arsenal, and then you're happy to Goliath Gauntlet that CNC, and hopefully have a hand with a lot more blues. But very interesting game between the Dash player and the Rhinar player.
Yeah, we haven't had an update from the other match yet, but I'm sure we'll get one soon enough. I can't imagine that other match is not over already, given that it was Katsu versus Lightning Briar. I can't imagine it's not already finished. I mean, imagine if we have Katsu in the final versus one of these heroes. It'll be like Tails never happened.
Yeah, Arcane Rising meta back again. I do think that if we see Katsu into Rhinar, Katsu is favored.
For sure.
Which makes it an interesting thing, because I feel like there's this joke that Briar is Katsu on steroids. So does that mean that Briar is also favored in Rhinar? I would suspect so, but I haven't had a chance to test the matchup much. Any thoughts on that?
I mean, I've played both of the heroes into Rhinar. For some reason, which I can't really quite explain because I haven't thought about it that much, Katsu feels better into Rhinar than Lightning Briar does. Which I think is just because the Katsu attacks have slightly higher breakpoints. There's a lot more 5s. And there's a few more combat tricks in terms of like +1s or your +1 draw a card and that kind of thing, which kind of makes you hit a little more and get your on hit triggers a little more. I feel like Rhinar is very, very good at tanking up the damage from Lightning Briar. So I don't know. But I've only played the Lightning Briar game into Rhinar maybe 3 or 4 times, so I can't say that I have a definitive understanding of that.
No, that's fair enough.
It just, I don't know. Playing Katsu into Rhinar just feels like a very restful experience for me these days. I'm glad Chunks isn't listening. He'll get upset with me.
Well, it is still a pleasure to see good Rhinar's player play.
Yeah.
I feel like it's, if you've never tried the deck, I recommend trying it. It's a lot weirder than you would think. And there's a lot more of, oh, I can't do this, I need a card to discard, or oh, this turn I thought was going to be so great and it's not. So whenever I see a good Rhinar player play, it's very impressive. And you see the Reckless Swing being pitched here. But I think he's out of cards, so there won't be an Arsenal. But it is interesting to see that Reckless Swing go, because obviously Reckless Swing is a defense reaction that if you discard a card with 6 or plus attack does 2 damage. So a lot of Rhinar players likes it as a finisher while they're blocking out to kill you. It's very similar to Shunt or Sigil of Suffering now.
Yeah,
And it is a very painful way to die. So whenever you're playing against a Rhinar, you need to be very careful not to go at that 2 life threshold, or you might just get Reckless Swing to Oblivion.
yeah. I think he just knows that with the Arsenal card there, he has to just put a bit of pressure on. And I think he knows that this game could still go into a bit of a grind mode. You know, this game, like the Rhinar Dash game, always has the potential to go into a grind mode, and if it does, having that Reckless Swing come up in like 4 or 5 turns could really be the key to winning the game.
And looking at the French chat, I see a lot of support for Dash. Apparently, Dash is quite a light class. I think Mechanologist was quite a light class from the start, but a lot of people were quite happy to see Dash facing Briar and potentially beating Runeblade.
Yeah, I
So,
think of these two heroes, I think Dash does have a better game into Lightning Briar, especially if they get an early Purifier. They could really get some massive potential going on there. Ooh, we see a high Octane into the card
third
draw.
one.
I think he has a boost card and a Spark of Genius in hand. So he could just play the boost card, chuck out the Spark of Genius to draw a card and get a Teklo Core for free, and then it cycles itself, and then doing well.
Zipper hit boosting.
Yeah.
Hits on boost, coming in for 5. So actually a really big turn, because again, we still know that there's a CNC in that arsenal. You still have your Goliath Gauntlet. So you are going to present a decent amount of damage.
Is that a Magnetic Shockwave in his hand?
I did not see. No, couldn't catch it there.
It might be a Combustible Courier, but if it's a Magnetic Shockwave, that would be hilarious.
I haven't seen that many people play Magnetic Shockwave. I think it's A, really expensive to set up, and B, is that 0 block armor can be used to block Magnetic Shockwave without anything happening.
Yeah, you have to get it to the point where, like, basically it's anti-prism tech, right? You need to get it to the point where you're forcing them to block with Vestige. But I suspect that I've just misseen the card. I don't think it is a Magnetic Shockwave. It might just be something that looks quite similar.
We have Nathan in chat talking about the European nationals and the amount of Rhinar he's seeing, especially over Bravo, and in the States is apparently Bravo ad nauseum. I will say that we've had a lot of Bravos in the UK and definitely a lot more Bravos than Rhinars. But you are right, we are seeing a lot more Rhinars in general. I feel like Europe is a much younger field than the US. And you've had people pick up cards in October when WTR came out in Europe and stick to these classes. And I do think that Dash, Rhinar, all the WTR and Arc heroes were kind of, comfort classes. And people just enjoy playing them. And they became really good at them. And they obviously believe that they can win big tournaments with them. And they're proving it right here. So
Yeah.
I think that's why we're seeing maybe less typical meta choices, but still very performing ones in the EU.
It is also like a very European attitude to limit the amount of money you're going to spend on a card game by essentially saying, picking up all the cards for a hero and just being like, no, I'm just going to play this hero, right? And I'm just going to play this hero until I, lose or I get, until it's not tenable anymore, and then maybe I'll expand. So there's a very big tendency.
It is a Magnetic Shockwave.
Oh, it is.
Sorry.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think in Europe, I definitely have seen a tendency for players to just be like, no, Rhinar's my hero. I'm going to play Rhinar until they can't play Rhinar anymore. And then maybe they'll start thinking about playing something else. But
did he boost this turn? I think he did play the Zipper hit this turn, so he can still use... Oh, he already used his Teklo
he used his
Foundry
Teklo
Heart,
Heart, but I think he missed on one of the cards, so he didn't get as much resources as he would want.
Well, he has his item set up back. Now,
Yeah.
it would be a shame if we saw another Arc Smash come and destroyed that setup again.
Would it?
Um,
Would it really? Sorry, I just love the Arc Smash. But also, like at this stage, I think Brute could probably close it even without that.
mhm. 3 life points is a
Mm.
tough
It
life
does,
total at
and
this
it does
stage.
take a whole turn really to play Arc Smash because it does have Go Again, but it does cost 2, so it can be kind of awkward when you're dealing with the pistols to play Arc Smash and attack. So
However, if the Brute doesn't close it this turn or have an Arc Smash, Dash might be in a good spot, you know? She has her items up, she has that CNC in arsenal. If she manages to keep 2 blue cards in hand, yeah, things might turn in her favor. But
yeah,
we'll see.
and now we see that pitching of the Savage Swing in a bit of a new light because, of course, when you're dealing with 2-3 attacks from a pistol a turn plus a boost card, that is often 3 cards out of your hand, and you can push back and try and get 1 damage through, and then if you get Dash down to 2, you're just going to play the waiting game then until you can get that Arc Smash out.
And we get the information from chat, thanks KP, that Simon did play Magnetic Shockwave, but for 98% of his matches, it was just to pitch. And I
Yeah.
think that just shows how hard the card is to set up and how situational it is.
Yeah.
But if you ever do get it to hit, it's extra spice points, and it does a lot of damage to the armor, obviously.
Yeah, for sure. And in some matchups, that is incredibly impactful, like with the people running Tunic or with running Vestige of Soul, that kind of thing. Just forcing that defense to break that blade break item is genuinely huge. The problem is just how do you boost more than 3 times to make sure they have to block with the one item you want to destroy? And at that point, are you just trying to get off a whatever it is, maximum velocity instead?
And Rhinar goes down to 6. So yeah,
Ooh.
it does come out to, can Rhinar close the game now? And if I'm gonna assume he can, considering he decided to take this much damage.
I think
But
he
if he
sees the
can't,
kill.
Dash might be in a very good spot.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think you only take the damage here as Rhinar if you see the kill in front of you. Oh, but then we just see a Command and Conquer. That's not a kill. That's a 2-card block, dude. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't throw it away now.
Does our Rhinar run Pummel?
He pitched a yellow to pay for this, so it doesn't matter if he runs Pummel, I think. Or does he have 2 cards left in hand?
I think he still has 2 cards left, but... Oh no, 1 card left, sorry.
Yeah,
Ooh.
that's not a kill turn. That's not a... Maybe they were all reds or yellows. Maybe he couldn't afford... No, because he could have kept the yellow and done the club swing. Interesting. Very interesting.
It must have been an awkward hand. Or maybe he just has 1 Reckless in Arsenal now. And he couldn't really set it up so that it was discarding a card and coming up with a turn. But now Dash suddenly in a very good spot.
Yeah, exactly.
And
the tempo has come back. With a 4-card hand, Dash could definitely attack for more than 6 every turn and force the blocks.
And we just got a message in the chat from the Malaysian national tournament that just warms my heart. 24 player, and the most represented class is Dorinthia with 6 Dorinthias. But apparently she is also, there's also 6 Briars, so she's not the sole represented hero. So, interesting meta in Malaysia. 6 Dorinthias, 6 Briar, 3 Rhinar, 3 Bravos, 2 Prisms, 1 Katsu, 1 Dash, 1 Azalea, 1 Shane, and 1 Lexi.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see that Briar is not just like dominating all these tournaments across the world, right? It just, it kind of tells us a little bit about how Americans are very, very willing to, we'll say, bandwagon onto the deck they think is going to win, but it doesn't seem like that attitude is prevalent everywhere.
I mean, we can't judge. We bandwagon on the same deck.
Yeah, but, I wasn't playing a good deck before then. I was playing something else.
But anyways, we see the turn we expected from the Dash player. Shoot gun, CNC for 8.
Yeah.
And he has loaded his gun beforehand as well to be fully efficient with his resources. And
Well,
yeah.
so the scab skins is unused here.
Mm-hmm.
So we
they
can
are
see,
going to have to be used.
yeah, we can see a very straightforward block from Rhinar here with the scab skins and 2 cards, but oh.
And again, the original Runeblade getting a lot of love in the chat. And I think there's just a big attachment to these original heroes.
100%. I didn't sell out. No. Wait a second.
I completely sold out. I couldn't bring Dory. I wanted to, and I completely sold out because I didn't think she was going to do good. I'll admit it.
Shingo sold out. What did I say the first time I saw Briar? I said this art is 100% my thing. And then I spent 3 weeks trying to make some Earth Briar list work, and it didn't. Well, I got close, but then I just gave up. And then a Lightning Briar list came along, and I was like, oh, I can play Briar. This is awesome. You'll see me playing Briar for a long time, I think. Ooh, a block with a CNC and a Bloodrush Bellow. That has got to hurt.
Still taking... Yeah.
No, he blocked it out. But
yeah,
I think...
Sorry, I forgot the scalp skins.
Yeah, blocking with that Bloodrush Bellow when it's one of your ways to win the game is pretty rough. Because now we really are in the grind phase of the game that we were very close to the entire time, really. Dash is coming in for minimum 6 a turn. Rhinar has to put the pressure on.
But Dash is at a very awkward life total right now, right? Because Club 4 is lethal. You don't have any armor left. And you don't want to go down to 2, because if you go down to 2 and he has the Reckless Swing, that's game. So it does almost require a 2-card block, except if you have a defense reaction, which we see that the Dash player does not. I'm getting the feeling that he did remove the defense reaction from his deck, considering he wanted to boost so much. We've seen Tome of Findle, but I can't remember us seeing too many other generic cards.
Well, the issue with the Dash players list is that he had 3 unmovables or 4 unmovables in there, and you do not keep unmovables in the deck versus Rhinar, right? Because it's just... it's just so painful, right? To have an unmovable, but you've intimidated your entire hand away and you can't pitch to use it, right? Yeah, we see some charges being loaded. Load. And then the pew for 3. And that's the 0 to 60 in hand, so he could actually pew for 3, 0 to 60, and then, of course, Induction Chamber, Pistol again, so...
And Foundry Heart, right, if you boost?
He could, but I don't know what he would use the Foundry Heart on. I guess he would use it to reload his things, but I don't know if he uses it now, just because I'm sure the card consideration is becoming a worry.
And we see a block for 3 here. I was wondering if the stream had crashed because I couldn't see anything moving, but you can see the Dash's leg shaking. It is a nervous moment, You're at the end game right now. You have your game plan set, and you're thinking, can I close it and make it to the finals? Nerves are a factor here, and you might see some misplays happen. You might see some bad decisions. But you've made it that far, so you just got to believe in your skills and keep going. And we see the Rhinar player going down on life here and just blocking 1 of the 3.
He must see a threat in his hand. Or maybe he needs the cards to put a threat on the table.
Ooh,
it's a beatdown.
Does he have the second beatdown, though?
You love to see it, folks. He probably
and that was his card in Arsenal.
He probably doesn't have a second beatdown. 4.
Okay.
Barraging Bighorn.
Mm-hmm.
Ditching a Massacre, so 2 Intimidate triggers.
Yeah,
And
and
it's
that will be
GG.
game.
Yeah.
He can't block because you only have 1 card left in hand,
Yeah.
and then you get go again.
Well, you
and-
just come in
yeah.
for 10 with the Barraging
Mhm.
Beatdown, and he can only block for
Yeah.
3. There we
Ooh, and
go.
Rhinar takes it down. Really good game, really close
Yeah.
game. Tempo swung a couple of times there, but we see Rhinar pull it off in the end.
And it's very good to see that even with the Arg Smash, it's still not an open and shut game, and you begin to see why Rhinar needed that Silver Bullet card. But like, it's not by any means a win, a one game just because you got one Arg Smash off early on.
Mm-hmm.
So very well played by both players, and now we have a Rhinar versus Briar final, which is not something you expect to see outside of Europe, unfortunately. I imagine the final in the US will be a Briar versus Briar final, but we, of course, are happy with our Rhinars as our different options.
And we did discuss this slightly before of how does Rhinar feel into Briar and who's more favored.
I think Briar's
not gonna-
favoured, but I think it's good. I
Yeah.
think it's not a bad matchup for Rhinar. Yeah. What else do we have going on in the world? So we're waiting now to hear about the other match, which I'm sure we'll get in a bit. In the meantime, for your entertainment, we have a draft game between 2 players, I assume, who are doing very well at the German National Championships. Bit of a larger event in Germany, so they are in fact doing 3 rounds of draft on day 2 before cutting into a top 8. So, we will at least have a few draft games going on for round 10. And you see the French chat. Rhinar en finale, la France le plus intéressant que le US. So it's Rhinar is in the final. France is much more interesting than the US.
I think a lot of people are expecting this Briar final in the US right now. There are a few other classes. There's a Lexi in the top 8, isn't there? So it's Lexi.
The top 8 in the US is 6 Rhinars. No, 6 Briars, 2 Chains, and a Lexi.
Yeah. Well, Lexi is very well placed in that meta.
I was going to say, I don't expect, but I want Lexi to win that meta.
Mm-hmm.
I want all those people who brought Lightning Briar, all 140 of them, to think, wait, what if I had played Ice Lexi?
Hey, we had a nice Lexi in our meta. He did quite well, went 7-2, and then struggled with the draft. But
Jim,
if he had made it, yeah.
You're not going to believe this.
What?
The Briar Katsu game hasn't finished yet. How? How? How is that still going on?
It's a Lightning Briar, right? It's not Earth Briar.
It's a Lightning Briar. It might be a Control Katsu. That could be spice. But even then, I think Control Katsu gets stomped by that deck. So
I agree, which is surprising.
That's
not surprising that I agree, just surprising that the match isn't done yet.
Yeah.
Or
maybe they just haven't got the results yet. I don't know. It should be over for a while now. Yeah, so we had that Ice Lexi that you were talking about that went 7-2. No. He finished on 8 and 4, I think.
No, he did go 7-2, and then went 0-3 in the final draft.
Yeah.
Which was a painful draft. He was top pod, right?
Yeah.
And so obviously at that stage you just are drafting with like some of the best people in the UK, and it is very challenging. I'm obviously very biased as I was part of that pod and managed to get 1 victory that got me in the top 8, but
well, also,
it was a very painful pod.
I also feel like he was fairly new to drafting because I think I heard him say to someone, I can switch heroes in between rounds, right? Which obviously you can't do in a competitive level draft. So I think maybe he was just new to the idea of drafting and had taken a pretty mixed bag in terms of cards.
I think what happened, because I was part of his pod and we discussed it, 3 of us drafted Lexi. It was himself, me, and Matt. And what happened is he was between the two of us, and he started drafting Oldheim, but there were 3 other Oldheim players, so I think
Yeah.
he tried to shift mid-pack. But obviously, Matt and I around him were drafting Lexi, so it was a very tough spot to be in.
And he
And I think
shifted
by
to
that
Lexi.
stage, Matt and I had committed to Lexi as well.
Yeah.
Or at least I had. I can't speak for Matt. So
Damn.
tough spot to be in.
But then surely there must have been Briar signals then.
There were Briar signals, but they disappeared so quickly once the 2 Briar players saw how open it was.
Every single red card. Yeah, that's fair, Matt. So you're saying that he took red arrows very early in pack 1 as a signal to move into Lexi, which is too early. I would agree with that completely, yeah. I mean, red arrows stick around quite late in Tales of Aria drafting, so there's no real, there's no real pressure to, get those red arrows fairly early on.
Yeah, and Matt discusses him taking that Honing Hood, which I was fully expecting to make its rounds to me, but he took it right before.
As he should. You don't want that honing hood to go around the table.
At
Also,
that stage, I was thinking I was the only Lexi, but then obviously I was wrong on that one.
yeah. Also, to the people pointing out that my math is incorrect, does it really matter if there's one more or one less Runeblade? Like, it's already most of the top 8. Look, right? Just take out the one Lexi player and fill the rest of the places with Runeblade and tell me however many there are, because I don't care.
Hamish pointing out again that I passed him a Pulse of Ice and Loft. I just felt like it was too early for Pulse, and I got too much into my head because it got passed to me, and I was like, maybe I shouldn't take this card.
Yeah. I mean, passing up. I passed a Pulse of Candlehold in my draft because I was already committed to Old Him. That was actually a very spicy pack. I passed a Blink and Channel Mount Heroic in my second draft because I was on Old Him, and I passed a Pulse of Candleloft in my first draft because I was on Old Him as well. I passed Runeblade Majestics for days.
It was pack 1, pick 3, Hamish. It wasn't pick 2, pick 3. Anyways, let's get back to this championship game. You do have Lexi into Briar. If Lexi managed to build a strong Ice Lexi deck, which is really hard in draft though, I do think he's more favored into Briar. If it's a strong Lightning deck, I think it's much more of a 50-50. You do see the Overflex in hand, a Lightning Press, Dazzling Crescendo, and a Chilling Ice Vein. So obviously leaning more towards Lightning at this stage.
Just
Um,
overflex the Dazzling Crescendo. Come in for X amount with Dominate. Arsenal or Lightning Press. You've got yourself a... No, don't Arsenal or Lightning Press. Don't Arsenal or Lightning Press. It's a bad decision. Don't listen to me.
I did that mistake
Yeah.
in like my second draft,
Yeah.
and if your deck has a lot of attack actions, you might be fine, but you need to know that you have very high odds of pulling those attack actions, or you might be stuck with that Lightning Press all game and die a miserable death.
I almost did it in a draft a few weeks ago because I'd really gotten used to playing with New Horizon as Lexi, and I was like, well, I'll just Arsenal this, and then I can flip it next turn and play my arrows with Go Again, and then I was like, wait a second.
But this is where
Wait
Honing
a
Hood comes in
second.
really handy, right? Because Honing Hood allows you to not take it back, but to do it and still manage your turn. And we do see actually here, I forgot to mention, look at the item layout for that Lexi player. He has his Deep Blue, Cracker Jacks, Honing Hood, and a Runaways. So fully outfitted and kitted um, with a really good item layout. And I think if I remember right, Philip was actually on Lexi yesterday as well as a CC class. So it's definitely a class he knows how to play well. Um,
I mean, I
so
think
we'll be
Lexi's
interested.
really good. I think it's just a challenge with the draft pool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Shin, you're not going to believe this. You're not gonna...
Katsu won.
Katsu fucking
I
won.
could.
What the hell? How does Katsu beat Lightning Briar? Why did we not have that game on stream? I am robbed. I am gutted. What the hell has happened here?
I gotta wonder if Briar bricked a few hands, because I think Katsu can obviously take the tempo and punish bricked hands. And while the deck does run really smooth, and the list we've seen online runs really smooth, if it, if it breaks, it does happen. Okay. Oh no, the French stream is teasing us. Katsu lost. They've replaced the cross. Briar won.
This is such a letdown. How could you do this to me? I had hope for like 2 minutes, and oh my god.
I think the chat might go in upheaval as well about this.
I mean, just I had hope for like 2 seconds. Oh my god. Okay. I don't want to watch the final now. Never mind. I'm done. I'm done. You've poisoned it against me.
We do have an interesting interaction happening here with the rules and replacement effects. So there was a Bramble Spark and a Ball Lightning, and Philip wanted to use the Runaways, I believe, to block this. However, I believe the ruling is because they're both replacement effects that it's on the turn player to decide the order, which means that he should still take that damage.
100%. So the turn player can say, actually, we're replacing the damage increase before we do anything else, and then you can get, everything going your way.
It's just one of those small rules that, it's for only a couple of damage here and there, but in this new meta, it does matter. And also because we had so many prisms is why I was really careful about that ruling. Oh, and we have a missed trigger on the embodiment of Earth here. He played his Weave Lightning. You can see his frustration for playing the card too quickly. Missed his embodiment of Earth trigger.
Yeah, and now he's called the judge. But at this stage in the tournament, because I had a big debate last night. I was on with Dice Commando. We were doing a video that will come out later today, which was quite fun. And we were having a big debate about these missed triggers, basically, because he's come from FFG games where there's a lot more emphasis on both players being responsible for maintaining triggers. Whereas, correctly or incorrectly in this game, if your opponent doesn't announce a beneficial trigger, it's kind of like Magic. It's like, when it's on you to tell me if your stuff is happening, and I can't be punished for pretending, or at least, for not remembering, right? Even if I knew and I didn't, like, whatever. It's hard for you to prove that I knew that I was forgetting the trigger, right? Which is how Magic players always get around it. That being said, there was a very high-profile instance of someone bragging that they saw the trigger and didn't do it, and they got punished retrospectively. So don't be bragging if you miss a trigger deliberately. But like, essentially, Dice Commander was asking me if I thought it was morally right to not take a trigger that you noticed just because your opponent hasn't said it, and whether or not the community would punish me socially for doing that on stream, or whether or not the competitive players would think, yeah, that's the right thing to do, right? I don't know what you think about that.
I come at it from a different angle. I will point out triggers for my opponent that they've missed if I remember them, right? Because it is completely possible to forget your opponent's triggers. Like if I'm playing against a Dash, I'm forgetting his triggers because I don't play the class really well, right? But if I know the class, like Lightning Briar Mirror, and they miss their embodiment of Earth, I will point it out. And that's mostly because when I think of my turns, I account for their triggers, right? You build your next turn accounting for, okay, if he gets the embodiment, it does this, it does that. So you want to just play the game, not thinking, oh, I'm banking on him missing his trigger, because what if he doesn't miss it then, right? Then you've lost anyways. So you play thinking if they hit all their triggers, this is what's going to happen. Now, what I don't allow is take back. So if they miss their trigger, I'll point it out. But if there is no trigger and they like play a card and want to take it back because a different play order was better, that I won't allow, I think, in a competitive scene. But I will try to point out miss triggers, and if the chain hasn't moved too far, I'll allow the miss triggers. But for example, the one that happened in my road to NASA I didn't allow was someone forgot to play his soul shackle,
Yeah.
right? And I was just like, well, that's gone now. You can't just
That's not
go
even a miss
back with
trigger. That's a separate
Mhm.
ability, right? I will
Yeah.
say that I do tend to just enforce miss triggers. I don't hunt for them, but like if someone does play an attack action very quickly after playing a non-attack action and hasn't made their embodiment trigger, I will probably just say to them, sorry though, I mean, you have to. But that's mostly because I just believe in correct sequencing, and
Mhm.
I believe in people triggering their abilities, slowing down, getting things in the right order. And I think that not allowing people to trigger things retrospectively, it just encourages sloppier play, which I don't really
Mhm.
like. So I
So
can be a bit
that
strict, but yeah.
that is a very good point. I think I would like if someone missed their trigger multiple times in a row, I might get to the stage where I'm like, okay, look, from now on, any missed trigger is just missed.
Yeah.
But if they miss one a game, then I mean, how I'm not gonna say how much did that change in the outcome because it can change the outcome, but I feel like I'm gonna miss a trigger most likely.
Hmm.
So it's maybe good to have good faith with that player that it's not the end of the world and you just keep playing. But again, it's circumstantial, right?
Mhm.
If it's in the finals and you miss a trigger, it might be a lot more difficult to just change that. And it depends how early you remember the trigger. Let's say you remember an embodiment of Earth by the end of the chain. I don't think I would be like, oh, okay, just stick it on. It's more like if I catch it before their next attack kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly fair. I guess just if we're thinking about this from a lens of like competitive Magic the Gathering and stuff like that, which when we start getting into big money games, we are going to
Mm-hmm.
get to that attitude. There is going to be a lot of people that say, well, it's on you to announce your triggers. And if you don't say it, then I'm just not going to remember because I can conveniently forget that
Yeah.
it's happening. Which obviously is a
And
load of bollocks because if you've been playing this game for 5 years, you're not going to forget that someone pummels you with an attack action, so you have to discard a card, right? There gets to be a point where you forgetting that stuff is ridiculous. But
see, this is where webcam play was a very interesting way to get into good habits. Because I feel like, we started off playing a lot of webcam games, and that gave us good habits of like literally announcing every single bit
yeah,
of it. Because
exactly.
obviously, not everything is visible on webcam play. And I've kept those habits. I still announce my floating pitch and everything. Um, it just keeps the board state clean and people more aware. I do agree that if there's a lot of money available, it might change how I feel about it, and it does become very competitive.
Yeah,
It's a tough one. It is
yeah.
definitely a philosophical debate at some stage.
And I think part of it is that as a community, we're probably going to. It sounds bad, but we're probably going to adjust ourselves to the lowest denominator because if you don't practice that way and you get caught out in the finals of a big tournament because your opponent
Mhm.
and you were playing with different strictness in terms of the rules, then you're going to feel really bad. So I think that's where it starts to get quite difficult. Anyway, tune in for more of a discussion on that on the Dice Commando channel at about 5 p.m. PST today. I think
Mhm.
that video is going out, so you can see me and the Commando himself talking about that at length, actually, I think, and a few other topics as well. We are still waiting for the final to come up in France. I imagine they are giving both players a bit of a break. We do see Lexi holding out quite well here against this Briar player.
Well, Briar did take a lot of damage last turn
Hmm.
to set this Rise of Lightning, probably Sword for 2 and Ball Lightning in Arsenal, I would guess. Or actually, they can play the Ball Lightning, right?
Yeah,
And
they
then just
could,
Swords for
but
2.
I think you Arsenal the ball lightly here in the hope of getting a Bramble Spark or something.
Mhm. So, when we said that Katsu won, I thought for a second that I had gotten people wrong and Christian was on Katsu. Because I do
Yeah.
believe Christian used to play Ira for a lot and could have done really good with Katsu. But I think I'm correct in saying Christian is on Briar as well.
Christian's on Briar, yeah. We saw him
Yeah.
playing earlier and yesterday on Briar as well. So he's on a very Lightning Briar build, which is
Mhm.
why I was so surprised to see that, Katsu had won. Oh, interesting.
Christian.
Someone is selling a full Prism deck in in the UK trade, including Footsteps and Vestige and everything really. Wow.
Good. The less prisms there are in our meta, the happier I'll be. I'm just
No, because
joking, but obviously
it's going from a Prism player who clearly isn't playing Prism to someone who really wants to play Prism so much they're willing to drop £300 on it. That's exciting.
we do see Lexi take a lot of damage here, embodiments being created, and
But it looks like
I'm
she's going to
guessing
come
they
in
have a
with the.
good dominate turn.
I mean, I see an Overflex and a Weave Ice. So, yeah, I have a bit of confidence that this is going to be a big turn. Deep Blue, the Crackerjacks. Yeah, this might be lethal.
It's gonna be a big dominated arrow.
Yeah.
2 embodiments. Can you do anything? If they have the Earth instant that boosts defense, they can maybe survive.
Yeah, because this is going to be coming in for 8-12. If that's a red Overflex. 12 with Dominate. Yikes. So that could just be GG right there.
1, 2, 3. Yeah. Resources check out. No need for a fuse card, as you can give it dominate from Shiver.
No, Jason, it's not Jake. Even though Jake has abandoned Prism for a while, I don't think it'll be forever.
And I think Briar is just going through the. Oh, and there was the Cracker Jacks that gives us +1.
Yeah.
And Briar just considering everything of can I block this and survive?
Oh, if that Sigil was in Arsenal, he might have a hope, but I think he's done.
Flickerwest blocks for 5.
Is he checking dominate rules with the judge? He is. Probably. No, sir, you cannot block with 2 cards from your hand, even if one has a defense reaction. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that's going to be game.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Again, we're seeing this pattern of. It's interesting because we all think of Tales of Aria as an uneven, limited format with Briar and unblockable damage, right? But it almost has this self-correcting thing where a lot of people go into Briar, and if you're the only Lexi or only Oldheim or have fewer Oldheims than Lexis, your deck is quite strong and can beat Briar. So it is interesting to see this shift from people forcing Briars to being like, okay, if I can be the only Lexi, I'll have a bang up deck that just destroys everyone.
Yeah, exactly. Though, I mean, it's not always the case. I mean, we've seen on stream yesterday people drafting Lexi being the only Lexi drafter and still losing to Briar in round 1, so it's a bit tricky.
And that's game. Couldn't figure out the block there.
Yeah, well, I don't think there was an out there, not for a massive dominate like that.
And I think that's what Philip was hoping with his Lexi deck, was really that kind of situation where he gets rolling, pushes damage, and then a big dominate arrow to finish the game. Is this the first round of draft that they have going? It's round 10, so yeah, first round of draft that they have going today. 2 more rounds, and that will be their top 8.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm probably not going to stay tuned for that entire session, just because, of course, the German stream is being commentated in English, so you don't really need me to commentate it. We are just killing a bit of time waiting for that final game to get set up in France.
And we should probably shout out White Rabbit TV, who did do an amazing job yesterday and are probably doing an amazing job today with their stream. and the quality of their stream.
I mean, this stream
I
is
w-
fantastic. Yeah.
I was watching it yesterday. It was nice to see also the interviews of the players and the people who have traveled for this event.
They have player
I think there's
interviews, they have face cam, they have draft cam. They literally have everything you want from a stream. They are pretty much as good a stream quality as Channel Fireball, but I suspect that the White Rabbits may not in fact be being paid to do this, whereas the Channel Fireball team is probably being paid by LSS to do this. So, I think this is pretty awesome, to see.
And they also have the really cool playmats. I saw those playmats yesterday, and I was thinking those are some really cool like warfare playmats where you have the horses, you have the warriors on top, and I believe they printed those obviously for the national championship.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, this just looks like a classic piece of medieval art, right? I mean, all right, they're dropping off to an interview. I think France might finally be gearing up for the finals, so let's have a bit of a look over there. We certainly can see the casters sitting down. Yeah, here we go. They are getting set up for the finals. We can see Briar working on his sideboard, trying to figure out what to put in versus Rhinar. The Exude Confidence is definitely the right decision, I think.
Yep. And
ooh, that is
a
big stack of extra cards. Oh, and he's cut away now. Where are we going?
No, they're moving stuff around, but it'll be fine. On the Briar side, we do have Christian, who was one of the I'm going to call him original French players that picked up the game about October and was present in a lot of our online events.
But he's
really strong player, and it's really nice to see him in the finals because after online events dropped, we haven't been able to play with him as much. So it's nice to see him performing and in the finals.
He was the gold foil 1000 XP French
I believe
person,
so, yeah.
wasn't he? Yeah.
And on the Rhinar side, we have Etienne, who we just saw have a masterclass of Rhinar versus Dash, and obviously a very good tournament to make it into the finals. As I have no doubt he had to probably face other Lightning Briars prior to this, and obviously won to be here. So it will be very interesting to see how this match turns out. And the players are getting ready, shuffling their decks.
Yep. Yes, indeed. I feel like the Briar player has sideboarded in Evergreens for this matchup, which is an expensive card, but we have seen him use it very, very effectively in a similar game yesterday against Bravo, where essentially he pitches them until they're like his last 10 cards in the deck, and then he just cycles them with a blue from his arsenal into the attack, from his arsenal into the attack. So we could see something very similar here if they get down to low life. Just cycling 2 evergreens in and out of arsenal and into some big attacks, which would be very good. Because it's blocked with 2 cards and then pitch a blue and swing for 7, every time, and then arsenal the other evergreen, and you're just basically perfect, right?
So pure conjecture, but just based on the fact of how Christian used to play Blitz in the past and the fact that the Kasu game took so long, I think at heart he might be a bit more mid-range control player than pure aggro. So maybe you can see that kind of flavor coming through in there. Even though in our meta he was one of the first people to solve that mid-range Viserai that was throwing a lot of damage in Blitz. So
Yeah,
we'll see.
exactly. I mean, ultimately, you could give a player a brand new deck, but sometimes you can't change their playstyle, even if you want to. It's interesting they seem to be doing open deck lists. Do we have open deck lists in the UK?
We did not, even though I think it might have been open deck lists for the top 8, but I'm just basing that on the calling. The calling have open deck lists as well. But we didn't in our case. Oh, and we do see on stream the Lightning Briar deck list, so let's quickly go through it. He's running a lot of yellows, which well, actually, he's not running that many yellows. He cut Ball Lightning Yellow and Lightning Press Yellow to 1. He's running 12 blues. 14 blues, which is quite a bit of blues in this deck that typically runs 6 to 9.
I mean, I agree with this thing of sorcery. The Force of Nature has proven to be quite effective, but it is definitely... It's kind of like he's preempted the Lexi meta by adding more blues.
And shout out to whoever wrote that Gorgonian tome. That handwriting is amazing.
Oh, wow.
Just gonna say that.
Yeah.
I know, right?
That is very clean.
But yeah, maybe he did preempt the Ice Lexi. The one Ice Lexi game I played, I tried to put all 9 of my blues, and it worked out. So maybe that's where he was going with this. But definitely a bit more mid-rangey than the pure aggro list that we've seen, just resource-wise. But I think threat-wise, it's still very much a lot of red threats, pushing a lot of damage every turn. Cheerio Briar things. I'm gonna start trying to stop calling it Lightning Briar, as people keep pointing out that it's more generic than Lightning. So let's go with Cheerio Briar.
I still prefer Briar deck wins, but it's just
fair enough.
That's just the mono red player in me.
He is playing the Sigils of Suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, looks like a solid list. I mean, obviously it's a solid list. He's made it to the finals. Looking forward to seeing this matchup.
I think this is going to be really good. I'd like to say people are rooting for Briar. No, I'd like to say people aren't rooting for Briar. It's kind of weird for us because I want Christian to win, obviously, because I think he deserves it from all the work he's put in. And him being the first national champion would be fantastic. But also seeing a Rhinar just smash a Lightning Briar would be like a really great end to any tournament, I think, this weekend.
I think it might also be the case in the French community. Obviously, Christian made a name for himself there, so they might be rooting for him, regardless of their feelings for Briar. And there will be people rooting for Rhinar just because he's one of the OG heroes. I do think Rhinar was one of those heroes that made it big in the meta. I think when we started in Europe and the APEC meta, Rhinar was actually quite a big hero and doing things, and it just never really translated in Europe until recently. So I think that's maybe why we see Rhinar performing well now, and people being keen on him performing well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're not sure as well why they did open decklist for this game, but apparently open decklist is the norm for callings, even though they cut it on stream beforehand.
Interesting. But is it the norm for... It's interesting. I'm not sure it's the norm for nationals.
I'm not sure. I'm just bringing this information literally from Dante mentioning that they had open deck lists in the top 8 for the calling. I don't think it's anything but the top 8 there.
I mean, in principle, I really like open deck lists just because they let both players play better. And also, the main reason is that it removes the bonus that people get from scouting.
I agree.
It just means you don't have to scout because you know you're going to get handed your opponent's deck list before you sideboard. So
And by the end of the day, even if you don't have open deck lists, you have a pretty good feeling of, in Briar, whether the opponent is running sigils, razors, or the likes. And an open deck list doesn't give you a sideboard plan, so, you know. But anyways, the game is starting. So let's see what's going to happen. I think Briar is going first. Christian has ticked his tunic and creates a rune chant, pitching, and then Arsenal passes. He had an Exude in hand, so maybe not a lot of go again, but a very defensive turn, and then we can now see the Lightning Press, Plunder Run, and Snatch in hand. So if he doesn't take too much damage here, he might have a pretty disgusting turn next hand.
If.
To be fair, if Rhinar comes for like 15 damage, what do? You have a disgusting turn where you have Snatch, Go Again, with Lightning Press, with Plunder Run, right? So
Yeah.
you're most likely drawing an extra 2 cards.
Yeah.
Do you take the damage? I personally will tell you, this early in the game, I take this damage because I'm thinking on my turn I'm going to do a lot more.
Yeah, 100%. And also, you haven't got any embodiments now, so all of your blocks are suboptimal, as well as that Lightning Press in hand. So actually, he only has 6 block in hand anyway. Oh, but it's just a club swing. Oh, I hate it.
Yeah. Oh, and he blocks the club swing. He is respecting life totals here and just taking 1 damage. Maybe he didn't have the non-attack action in Arsenal. I assumed he had one to give it go again. But if he doesn't, his turn might not be as great as I thought. So let's see what he has in Arsenal.
But I think it will partly come down to what you said before. I think ultimately Christian is the sort of person who respects early game damage.
Mm-hmm.
So I expect to see him actually blocking quite a lot. And I think with those evergreens in his deck, he's going to have a little bit of ability to just wait. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw him playing a bit slower than we see from most other Lightning.
Okay, so actually his Arsenal was not was an attack action, and it was a scar for a scar. So maybe that explains the block as we saw it was to just get the scar for a scar going. So it's 1 arcane, 4 go again, and you're starting with your Cheerio Briar shenanigans.
Yeah, exactly.
Rhinar pitches for the arcane. I think we're gonna see this a lot where Rhinar does pitch for the arcane as a control deck. And then he blocks 3, currently taking 1. Embodiment of Earth triggers. And you still have the Snatch with Lightning Press and Plunder Run. So he plays a Snatch. And I think right now he's considering just putting the Plunder Run in Arsenal. Such a powerful card from Arsenal. So I'm not sure we're even going to see the Lightning Press being played for extra damage, as you don't really care if this goes through. Maybe if the Rhinar doesn't block, then you see the Lightning Press being played.
I do wonder about removing it from his hand, really. Just maybe not wanting to have a card that doesn't block in his hand versus Rhinar.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, just pushing a little bit of damage. But you are right, like he's going to Arsenal the Plunder Run. I can't think of anything he'd draw from his deck that he didn't want to that he doesn't want to put in Arsenal over Plunder Run, right? I mean, he's just going to slap that Plunder Run down and hold on to the other card if he draws here.
Mm-hmm. And we have Rohan in chat saying the game will come down to how many 0-cost D-Reacts Rhinar has in his deck. I'm pretty sure he runs a minimum of 6.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
It will come down to how many he draws early game. But as we said before, Christian maybe tends to play this a bit more slowly than most. So this game might be going a bit longer.
Force is happy because Lightning Briar is going to be dodging Living Legend points. To which I will point out that there are 30 callings next year, so no one is going to be successfully dodging Living Legend points when they give out 6,000 of them.
So I'm pretty sure we see the the Plunder Run in Arsenal, Lightning Press still in hand, and I think did Rhinar just
He did.
pass?
He just drew up. Yeah.
Uh, Plunder Run played from Arsenal. I did see the sigil in the hand of Briar, which is not something you want to see when you're putting under pressure, but it would be a nice card to put in Arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a sigil and a lightning press, which means that this
Mhm.
isn't going to be a big, like, 4 attack turn at all.
As long as you have an attack, you can get rid of it. Oh, and it's another Plunder Run.
Well, he must
So
have an attack
actually,
now. Yeah. Yeah.
yes. Okay.
Scarf is scarf or.
No go again, though. Obviously, you have your Snapdragon Scalers,
But I think this
which,
is just for 5, though.
sorry, it might actually be 7. Wasn't the Plunder Run red in Arsenal?
I don't know. It looks like a blue from here, but it could be a red. Plus the lightning press, so he's very likely going to draw 2 cards here,
Mm-hmm.
which is going to be pretty
And
big.
I
Yeah.
think as a Dory player, I dislike using my Snapdragon Scalers early, but I think that's a bad reflex in this matchup, and that there is nothing wrong with going with an early Snapdragons.
I don't think. I mean, he's not going to use Snapdragons for a while, but this has go again.
But then,
So.
mhm, it doesn't have go again.
It
Oh,
does.
it does. Sorry,
He
obviously
played 2
from the
non-attack
lightning.
actions.
Yeah.
He
Yes,
hasn't
no.
made the token though, which is a bit
Mhm.
worrying.
He did make the token, but he removed it when he played, which is why I forgot about it.
Okay. We're pitching the sigil to play the Rosetta.
Mhm.
I think it's nice to push damage here, but it is a bit.
Well, I agree with it because the Rhinar doesn't have any cards left in hand, right? So how big of a turn is he coming for that you care for that sigil that much?
He's got 1 card left in hand.
Yeah, which is a club for 4, I
Yeah.
mean, typically you'll take the 4 and want to push more damage. And you're pushing 4 damage here as the aggro deck, so I think that's fair.
Why did he only deal 2 damage?
I think they're going Arcane first and thinking on the physical.
Interesting. The Rhino player has opted for a full block instead
Mhm.
of pitching to the club. That's interesting as well. So this is quite cool. This is quite good because there's been a lot of talk about Lightning Briar just pushing super aggro, not being able to block, and but here we are seeing a very slow, deliberate control game. Rhinar versus Lightning Briar with both players not taking much damage. We're 4 turns in, and the Lightning Briar has successfully only taken 1 damage.
Mhm.
I think this is going to be a really good example of the deck, basically. Even though he is running a few, it's an Earthlore Surge, yeah.
It is an Earthlore. Okay, interesting choice of card. Very expensive card.
So I think he's running Earthlore Surge and Channel Mount Heroic, which I'm not sure I agree with. But
I missed those.
The Channel Mount Heroic might just be because it blocks for 3, and if you do get it with an
Mhm.
Earthlore Surge, you can keep it in play. But
Yeah, I'm gonna move my speculations to a theory status that Christian is just more of a mid-range player, and so he made the changes he felt comfortable with the deck. And even though it has a lot of Lightning Briar to it, or Cheerio Briar, it might just be more mid-range, which might be a meta call, right? He is a lot more in tune with the French meta, so maybe he thought that was the better choice. Uh, but we have Crackle for 1 Arcane, and
I think it's going to be 11.
it is ridiculous numbers
Just
when you say it
casual.
like that.
Just casual. 1 Arcane and 11.
And go again.
And
Not
go
that
again.
I don't know if he has resources.
He has
though.
Tunic.
Oh, so he does, yeah.
So this is just a casual 16 damage turn. No big deal.
And then we have a question from Callum in chat. Do you prioritize getting a 0-cost defense react in Arsenal to help set up a pivot turn? Like, do you take a vanilla 4 damage to put a defense react in Arsenal versus Briar? And this is from Callum, who normally plays Bravo. Interesting question.
I think 4 vanilla damage, given the amount of card draw hits they have in their deck, it may be worth it to take that 4 damage to set up a defense reaction for next turn. The issue is that so many of their turns do have card draw built in that it's very hard to find the space to get that defense reaction into Arsenal. Personally, I think it's worth the setup. If 4 damage is coming at you with no on hit effect, then that's not the part that scares you, right? It's the plunder run turns.
And he's saying, I don't know from a Rhinar perspective. I was gonna say, I think it also matters what is the rest of your hand. Like, what is your alternative, right? Are you just setting up the sink below and then the rest of your hand doesn't do much? Or is the alternative that you set up an Alpha Rampage or a Barraging Beatdown turn, right? But we're seeing here the Briar just pushing chip damage with his sword after seeing full hand blocks. And Captain's Call being played, followed by Force of Nature. So I'm guessing Captain's Call giving +2, Force of Nature not fusing.
But you're adding another 3 cards that add a card draw on a hit effect, so it's pretty good. Again, we don't really see the lightning token being made here, but his Rhinar opponent seems to be fine with it. There we go.
There you go. He remembered it.
Sorry, by the way, if I go silent, it's because I'm sneezing a lot off camera. I seem to just be sneezing today. That just seems to be how it's going.
And then we have an Arcanic Shockwave. Did he fuse it? I missed that part.
I don't think he did.
So it is coming for probably 6 damage physical. If it hits, draw a card, go again.
Oh, he did fuse it. Okay, so 1 arcane as well.
Yeah. And then we have a Ball Lightning.
You probably pitch the Ball Lightning to Rosetta, to be honest.
Well, if you're gonna draw, it's gonna be quite a big turn again. Very interesting deck from Christian with a more hybrid approach. He doesn't use the Earth Cars to fuse as much.
I think that's a bonus if it happens, but it's not a mandatory requirement. Though I did see him play. I think he played a Channel Mount Heroic pitching an Earthlaw Surge yesterday, so that was quite good for him. Yeah, we definitely have to see the 6 block here, don't we? Just to stop that card draw.
And Christian agreed with you, just pitches for the chip damage of the Rosetta Thorn.
Yeah. I mean, 3 damage is nothing to sneeze at, right?
And then we have another card block. And Rhinar draws up and passes. It is a very... It's interesting because with Christian's deck, I feel like... I'm not sure how his ratios are, so I can't judge. But I do wonder if the addition of these blue non-attack action makes the deck more likely to brick, just due to cost and resource implications.
Yeah,
obviously, it's worked from him quite well.
Well, I think what it does give you is those late game Picture Blue Rune Shard Rosetta turns, which are very frustrating to block if the health is quite low.
I'm just wondering, as Rhinar here, what's your game plan? Because obviously Rhinar went into the defensive mindset. How do you turn this around? Or do you just take the damage and then do big intimidate turns and try to kill Briar that way?
I think the Rhinar player is probably looking for 1 or 2 cards. Maybe it's a Bloodrush Bellow. Maybe it's an Alpha Rampage or something like that he can get into Arsenal and then just get a bit of a smackdown. but he is definitely on the back foot here. And I've said this before, that I get trying to block out Lightning Briar, but I feel like one of the big problems is that they can just do more damage than you can block. I mean, if it's an attack for 7 followed by 2 attacks for 4 and a card draw, like, can't block all of that, really.
Pitches for the Arcane. Interesting, playing Last Ditch Effort. So I think just the fact that we're seeing this card in the Rhinar deck is kind of telling us what kind of way he's going about this. I feel like Last Ditch Effort is not the most common cards in Rhinar's list recently. So he might try to go very control and grindy against this Lightning Briar. I tend to agree with you. I'm not the biggest fan of that strategy, but we will see if that pays off.
It's kind of funny because you and I see this match and we're like, this is an aggro match. But both of these players are playing it like it's a fatigue control match. So, you know, clearly they know something we don't about this game. I'm sure they've practiced it against each other a few times. But you know, for someone to take that Lightning Briar list and just turn it into a mid-range control deck is it's a testament, I guess, to the skill of the player, really. So we're seeing. Sorry, we're just seeing in the European trade group that the Spanish player who won Nationals 10 minutes ago is not particularly attached to his prizes. He is selling both the Art of War playmat that he won and the gold foil Rampart of the Ram's Head, which he won, which is the first in the world. It is gorgeous. I do wonder how different it looks to the regular Rampart, which is already pretty gold, but I'm sure it looks fantastic.
It's not the first one. We had one in our UK now.
Did we?
Sean got it. Control Katsu player.
Oh, I didn't realise we had one at UK. Okay. Well, there you go. The Spanish player is asking 10,000 euros for it.
Still a very valuable and pretty card. I mean, when we saw Rampart, we all wanted it in cold foil. So having it in gold cold foil must be really nice as well.
Yeah. I mean, I have one right here. It's very pretty.
We have a Lightning Surge for, I think, either 7 go again or maybe 10 go again, depending on the color of that.
I think it's
Plunder Run.
8.
Or if it was from hand.
It looks like a blue Plunder Run to me. And then it gets blocked for 9, and then he just swings in with the sword, chipping away for another 4. And you begin to see what I mean. Like, as long as Briar can keep the chip going, Rhinar actually is in a very dangerous situation, because if every turn is just non-attack, come in for 4 that you can't block, like.
However, he is also pitching and stacking his pitch interestingly, because I think every card we've seen pitched so far, like Ravenous Rabble, right, is going to be quite relevant in that end game where you just want to keep hitting for high damage. Without giving them a break. We saw a Force of Nature being pitched as well. So impactful cards. I do wonder how many cards he runs in this sideboard plan against Fatigue or Control Rhinar.
The Rhinar player is definitely stacking his pitch as well. We've seen a lot of barraging beatdowns pitched and things like that he could have played to push extra damage, but he's really, I think, trying to set up those barraging beatdown turns. Ravenous Rabble for 4. Revealing an E-Strike. Rhinar just drew up, didn't put any pressure on there at all. He is still keeping his life total very high, though, into this matchup, so he's clearly feeling quite strong and confident here.
And we have the defense reaction from Arsenal, opting.
Captain's Call. Probably go again into a Arcanic Crackle. Ooh, lovely. And still with a card left to pitch over for the Rosetta Thorn. these sorts of turns just showcase the power of the deck. When you don't have to pitch, suddenly every turn is like an actual 5 cards played or an arsenal with 4 cards, and it really is just a bit ridiculous in terms of how it works with the basic format of the game, which kind of most hands expect you to pitch.
Mm-hmm. And I think Christian is counting the graveyards right now, trying to figure out how far into that fatigue gameplay he is.
Yeah. Because the way that Lightning Briar sort of fatigues, it's not as straightforward as other people because it runs so many reds that inevitably you do pitch reds to the bottom. But really, the way that it does fatigue is that because it has to play 2 non-attack actions a lot of the time to get go again, eventually it will run out of non-attack actions, and then it will be conditional on whether or not the attack actions it's drawing has go again. But obviously, it plays a lot of its go again attack actions fairly early on in the game, so you can just run out of go again rather than running out of reds or attacks or the way other decks fatigue.
And we see the block with the Blood Rush Bellow.
That's
Again,
an
you are
odd
right.
one.
He is pitching a lot of barraging beatdowns to the bottom of his deck, so it might be a big turn when we see them come back. Arsenal passes.
I think the issue for me, though, the big problem is that he's not getting these club swings in, which, like, I think he just needs to get the right card in Arsenal and just start swinging with that club, because if he doesn't get the chip damage in there, it doesn't matter if he has loads of barraging beatdowns to the bottom of his deck, because a full Intimidate barraging turn still isn't going to win the game. Yeah, I think that's the big challenge that's coming up. Ooh,
Okay.
do we see a whiff here?
I didn't have time to check if his list runs Razor Reflexes, but you still have the Snapdragon Scalers. If there is no block, you might try to push it, but I think the Rhinar has still too many defense reactions that block for 4 that you will want to respect it if you don't have Lightning Press or Razor Reflex in hand.
Yeah, I think so.
However,
He
I'm
does have Tunic
assuming
counter, so Razor Reflex
Yeah.
would be very good here. Take it from a
I'm
Katsu player.
I'm assuming he has a plan because he still has a full hand of cards. And he still went for that snatch. We see the Lightning Press, so that's definitely in there. Is there a Razor? Worst case scenario, if you play that Lightning Press, is a double 4-block defense reaction. But we seem to be seeing a block from hand here, or considering a block from hand on the Rhinar side.
Yeah,
Blocked
double
for
block.
6.
In comes... Ooh, he's telegraphed the Lightning Press now, but does he do it? Ooh, Lightning
He
Press and
does.
Snapdragons. Hello.
Does the Rhinar have the defense reaction to really punish this right now? It won't feel great getting a defense reaction to block 1 instead of the 4, but you deny the draw, which is very relevant.
But I wonder if you do actually play the defense reaction here, because his next attack is likely to come in for 4 as well. And he hasn't played a non-attack action yet, so you might let him get the card draw just to block the next attack more efficiently. No, I think that's a bad decision, but he does it anyway.
I think you have to wonder why did he do this play, and maybe his hand was a bit of a brick. But then you enter the realms of speculations, and I did see a lightning and E-strike in his hand, so actually he would have been able to push damage. So I think it was just his big turn, and we do see a nimble strike.
And Rohan is
banishing a
correct. So
nimblism.
if he did have a defense reaction there, he wouldn't have blocked for 6 from hand. He would have probably just blocked for 3 and then thing. So
shout.
Nimble Strike for 5. The Tunic
Banishing.
counter.
Yep. And you banish the nimblism, so you do get go again.
+1 and go again, and still has 3 cards left in hand. This is not looking good.
Rhinar still has 2 cards, and I think one of the cards in hand is E-Strike. So will be interesting to see. And Rhinar asks for how many cards do you have in your hand? How much damage are you coming with after this? And what can I do about it? A very methodical game from both players right now, and Rhinar is going to respect this, try to block 3, keeping 1 card in hand. Taking a couple of damage. And let's see what's coming. So we see an E-Strike, and is it a Plunder Run, the other card? Can't tell from here. If it was a Plunder Run, then I'm guessing this is an E-Strike for 7, putting the Plunder Run in Arsenal after the fact. And we see an unmovable, so I am going to assume it was an E-Strike from 7. And yeah, putting the Plunder Run after taking the full hand from the Rhinar. And again, just big turns from Lightning Briar, Rhinar being chipped down little by little. And
yeah, pushing that damage through.
Mm-hmm.
This is why the club swing is so important, because just getting that block, at least with 1 card, changes the flow of the turn so much. I will say he is churning through a lot of those Plunder Runs, however, so they are not going to be as much of a threat later on, which is pretty good to see.
I mean, the life total looks huge. The life differential looks huge, but actually, Rhinar is still at 28 life points, which is a lot. I actually wondered if that was a mistake when I saw it, because it's still, not
Maybe he's
even
just
through
been
the half.
just been heavily blocking, really.
Mm-hmm. And as you said, Briar is using up a lot of threats to just try and push this damage. And here we see Sting of Sorcery. Plunder Run was from Arsenal this time. Guess his Lightning token. I think it's another E-Strike in hand. And I think a Lightning Surge. So we are going to see the E-Strike maybe draw a card this time. Let's see what he chooses. No, he chooses to go for 7. So I can't tell what color it is. I'm gonna assume a red Plunder Run. So let's go 10, and there's
so.
1 arcane damage
With
from Sting
built-in
of
go
Sorcery.
again.
Oh no, he did go with draw a card. Sorry.
Yeah.
So it's for 8.
I mean, it's still enough, isn't it?
Yeah, it's plenty. It's one of those awkward breakpoints where either you're giving some armor, or it's requiring 3 cards if you don't have the 4 block D reacts.
I think we'll see the skull cap here, to be honest. Below on life, and just, blocking the arcane with the tunic trigger. That makes sense. Skull cap and 2 cards from hand.
Finally commits the armor.
Are we going to see an actual attack? That is double Alpha Rampage. Oh my god. He is getting rid of so many threats.
I think we saw the other Alpha Rampage go earlier as well. Can't remember if it was pitched though.
Like, we come again back to the idea of how is Rhinar winning this game. I mean, he's going to go to 24 here, or he's going to block for 3. And then he's got 1 card in hand. What is his actual strategy? His opponent is still on 39 life.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to hit him. Like, why is Arg Smash in his deck? What?
I'm not sure.
What?
Maybe he expected amulets potentially being played. I mean, they wouldn't be a huge thing. Or maybe his sideboard plan, if he's going into the fatigue route, is to play all his cards. I know I've done that in the past. Dorian to Bravo, I just play a full everything from the sideboard into my deck, thinking if we're going to go to fatigue, I need the extra cards.
And Arc Smash does
So-
block for 3, I think, and it's a yellow pitch, so it's not the end of the world to play it, but it's just a weird card to see outside of the the dash matchup. So this must be the last red plunder run. To Ball Lightning for 6 and 1 Arcane.
And Rohan did the math for us. If we're going to fatigue matchup, as long as the Rhinar only leaks 2 damages a turn, he wins.
Interesting.
Which, if he pulls it off, this is a masterclass of control/fatigue Rhinar.
Yeah.
So,
which is like one of the best forms of Rhinar, right?
mm-hmm.
We were joking about it on the stream yesterday that Rhinar on the surface looks like this big herder smash character. And the second you actually start playing with him, you realize that he's a very, very controlling character, like very deliberate and you know, slow and able to set up big hits, and you know.
And Matt is asking if there's a last-ditch effort combo that Rhinar is looking to do. Potentially, we did see the last-ditch effort being pitched early in the game, so it will make it through the second pass of the deck, maybe be pitched again. And if we're going to go the long game with fatigue, we will see what combination he has. He also has pitched a lot of barraging beatdowns down through to his deck. Blocking with 2 CNCs, again going through those threats. And Christian is taking it a bit slow, you know, trying to maybe not use up all his threats too quickly. And we have 2 more Nimblisms in hand now. And Rhinar passes, and we're back to Christian going for another plunder run.
I think that's 7 so far this game, so, you know. We did, Matt, yeah, he boarded in the Evergreens, so it is likely both of these players expect this game to go long.
I'm really curious what the amount of cards in each deck is right now. It would give us a much better representation of whether the Rhinar plan is working than the life totals we're seeing. Because even though it looks like Christian is far ahead, deck sizes is a lot more relevant here.
Yeah, the Rhinar's deck doesn't look that full. And we did see Christian fatigue a Bravo yesterday, so, you know, these things are not outside the realm of possibility.
And he did go the long game against Akatsu in the semis, obviously. So maybe those evergreens are going to come in clutch towards the end game.
It's kind of hilarious because, I mean, I would say Lightning Brian doesn't need to go the long game against Katsu, but clearly he is doing very well with this deck.
So it was a yellow plunder on red Nimblism, so +5. So coming in for 9. I don't think he fused a no arcane. So 9 if it hits, draw a card, and we just have a nice block for 9. Does have go again, so probably gonna pitch versus sword, or is he gonna maybe push damage?
I mean, I agree completely with Matt. I don't think this is the first time these players have played. You know, it just feels like they played this game and he gets fatigued, so they both switch their game plan to address the other player.
And he goes 1, 2, and 2, and he blocks 1 arcane first, and then another arcane from the 2, and takes 3.
Yeah. Oh, he's definitely faced Briars to get here. Yeah. He's. I saw him. I think he lost a game to a Briar on stream yesterday, but he beat other people, and now he's of course back for more Briar. Oh no, stream! Don't buffer now.
I got the same thing on my end.
Nope. I refuse to let it happen. We need this game to continue.
It's fine. It's back. Slightly, yeah. Don't worry, it will come back.
Phew, okay, good. This is too much of a tense matchup for me to lose it to buffering. That would be impossible.
2239. And we have another Nimblism being played.
E-strike for draw a card, probably.
I don't know, maybe go again if you're trying to push damage.
Oh yeah, because he doesn't have the token at the moment. So yeah, he probably does pick go again.
Yep.
Either way, 8 go again into the Rosetta Thorn is perfectly fine.
Block 6. Was it a blue Nimblism by any chance? Because
No.
yeah, he will take damage here. Gets his embodiment of Earth.
I do think it's a yellow Nimblism.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel like this Lightning Briar player is playing at least 6 Nimblisms to go with his Nimble Strikes.
I was gonna say, if you're running Nimble Strikes, you're probably running more than just the 3 Nimblisms.
But also, we can see 3 on the table, and we know that he's played more than that.
Correct. And then the sword for 2 and 2. And Rhinar, for the first time, just not snap blocking here, actually considering his options. Maybe has a hand that he can push damage. But that goes against your fatigue matchup, right? You don't actually want to push damage if your whole plan is to fatigue here. But maybe he's starting to get concerned that he might not be able to fatigue Christian as he had expected.
But I guess also, like, the sword is not generating an embodiment token, so actually attacking often fatigues more cards out of the hand than not attacking, you know?
I mean, in that case, you could just pitch a blue to block the 4 arcane with your skull cap. But he chooses to use his tunic to block 1 arcane, take 1 arcane, and then block the physical.
Ooh, are we finally going to see an actual club swing? That would be exciting. It's been a few turns.
See, I would have preferred. Maybe he doesn't have a blue. I would have preferred pitch for the skull cap, block the full arcane, take the physical, and then maybe pitch the club swing. But I'm gonna assume he did not have the resources to do that.
Yeah, I imagine this is a yellow. Oh no, it is a blue. Okay, well, we see a blue coming in for 4. Lightning Briar being on 39 just says, okay, dude. Oh, come on. We must be running out of plunder runs by now.
I think this might be the last one or the second to last one.
We're definitely getting low on the plunder run ratio. We've seen 2 double plunder run turns, so we've seen about another 3 or 4 played. So yeah, this is definitely either the last or the second to last one.
It does also make you wonder how we're doing on the ratios of non-attack actions through the deck, right?
Yeah.
We do have the defense reaction here.
Well, you see his hand is all attack reactions, all attack actions at the moment. So I think we will reach a point where we're full attack actions in the deck. He is going to Arsenal that Lightning Surge, though, which is the right decision.
No, vegan spacemen, they did not miss their tunic. They've just been using it for sword swings and blocking arcane. So they have made sure to remember their tunics. Did he actually miss one tunic trigger? Apparently he might have.
I don't think so. I think he almost missed it. Blocking the arcane and taking 2. No, blocking the 2 as well. Okay.
So I think Etienne might be forgetting that Skullcap can just be used to block the 2 arcane here.
Yeah, he's on less
'Cause
life, so
yeah.
he pitched a blue there, didn't he?
Yeah, because I think he did this before, and I was just like thinking he might expect more arcane. But this time there was no more arcane coming. He could have pitched a blue, used the Skullcap to block 3 arcane, which therefore blocks the Rosetta Thorn.
Yeah, that's a pretty big thing to miss in this matchup.
Because I think so far he's taken at least 2 or 3 extra damage that way. And we have the Lightning Third from Arsenal with Go Again. So it's 4 Go Again. And we have a block for 4. The same way we're saying that Christian might be digging through his deck, I'm also wondering how many defense reactions Etienne has left in his.
Yeah,
Because
if I
we've
was
seen, I
smart,
think,
I'd be writing them down, but I
mhm.
don't have my pen and paper with me today.
I think we've seen 3 Fate Foreseens.
I believe that, yeah.
Don't remember how many sinks we've seen.
I think it's probably
We've
at least 2.
We've definitely not seen Reckless Swing, but not that Reckless Swing is as impactful when your opponent is at 35 life points.
Yeah, you don't even really. I mean, you play it if you need to, right?
And then you have the move from Christian that always says there's so much more coming, of moving the chain further to the left before slamming down some more cards. I think that's another Plunder Run in Arsenal in hand, by the way.
For God's sakes.
Maybe.
Yeah, it
Maybe
is.
getting to the last one.
Oh, interesting.
Interesting.
This is kind of like a slower anti-fatigue play because you don't have Go Again.
And putting cards at the bottom of your deck that will present a threat later on.
Oh, very interesting. Well, I mean, obviously he wants to Arsenal that Plunder Run, so this is probably the safest move. But he is going to end the turn without having pushed a lot of damage and without a lot of embodiment triggers. So, yeah. That could change things up a little bit.
I think it's interesting to see what he is putting at the bottom of his deck. Oh, and they're counting decks, but I missed a count here. Damn. It does still look like there is a decent sized deck there and 19 life points to go through. But it does look like Rhinar very much still has a much bigger deck. But what I was gonna say is it's interesting to see Christian pitch these attacks with no innate Go Again at the bottom of his deck, because we haven't seen that many non-attack actions, except if he's been keeping track of his pitch and been going 2 non-attack actions and then attack actions, but I don't feel that that was the case. So he might struggle towards the end at getting Go Again for big turns and might just be limited to 1 big hit. But if we're at life totals where, very low life totals, it might be enough.
Yeah, that's what the Evergreens really do serve the purpose for, because they are 7 for a blue, which demands, like, at low life totals, demands a 3-card block.
Thanks to chat, who has a much better eyesight than we do. They said they counted either 18 or 22, so let's round it up and say that Christian has about 20 cards in his deck right now.
Oh, wow. How many do we think Rhinar has left? I would say it's about the same, to be honest.
I mean, Rhinar has been blocking and not pitching much either. So, except if he started with a much bigger deck, which I suspect he did, just based on the fact that Arc Smash was in the list.
I think they both put in as many cards as they could, to be honest.
Well, we haven't seen the Channel Mount Heroic from Christian. I've been waiting to see it, and maybe he hasn't drawn it, obviously.
I'm pretty sure he has it. Or did we see it on the list?
I didn't. I'm taking your word for it that he's running
Okay,
it in
I
the
might
deck.
be wrong. I might be getting confused. There's been so many Briars, but I do think I did see a chat about Heroic.
He did adjust the order of his pitch, yes. And we see finally the sigil being thrown. Oh, yes, Matt, that is something that you can do. You can readjust your pitch before you put it at the bottom of the deck.
See, this is like where people are like, Matt Forks, that guy, he keeps making mistakes. It's like, you have no idea how to play this game, dude. Like, you keep forgetting basic rules. Like, yeah,
Okay.
at the end of your turn, you can choose your pitch, you can arrange it.
To be fair, the only reason I discovered this is all the Kano we play in Blitz.
Yeah.
And
You can stack your
yes.
deck. Yeah.
No, it's completely legal. And it's part of the game, right? It's part of some of the calculations that go if you can manage to keep track of your deck. A lot more relevant and limited, in my opinion, because I personally can't keep track of a 60 card deck order. But at least 30 cards is a lot more relevant to be able to pitch stack that.
I decided I agree with the Americans. The UK meta is incredibly soft. Our national champion doesn't even know he can sort his pitch out. Like, we're all hanging our heads in shame today. All right, we have the Ravenous Rabble coming in for 7, I think.
Yep.
No, once you reach the end of a turn, you can decide what order they go in at the bottom. Fine. That is true. That is true. Matt Forks famously known for pitching as little as possible. Pitch stacking only really comes important when you have to pitch more than one card a turn.
We do have a full block from the Rhinar here.
We see a little bit of a casual sink.
And we do see the thing being played. I think it's the second or third sync. Rhinar is running low on defense reactions at this stage.
And that is a red barraging beatdown, which is going to be sad to see go, I think. But, you know.
Mm-hmm. And then 1, 2, and 2.
Yep.
And this time the skull cap is not nearly as effective with the 1, 2, and 2. So you can kind of decide how to pitch. You can go 2 arcane or you can go skull cap just for the 2 from the sword. And still the plunder run in arsenal. Which is interesting that I guess he assumed he was going to be fully blocked and it would be a waste of a go again. And I think we're having a check for defense reactions in the graveyard of his opponent here. Yeah, he sees the unmovable, he sees the fate foreseens. I'm trying to catch for sinks. Oh, no sinks being played. This might have been the first sink we saw this game.
Interesting.
So there are still defense oh no, sorry, there you go.
There's one sink and one springboard somersault already been played.
So does the deck run 3 springboard somersault? I feel like that's a card you normally run at 2.
I don't know now. I think it is probably 2.
Mm-hmm. And we have the French chat arguing whether Evergreen is in the deck right now or not. Because we didn't see it played or pitched yet. He did have some E-strikes where he put cards at the bottom, so maybe he sneakily has an Evergreen go to the bottom.
I mean, I think I definitely saw him sideboard the Evergreens in, so I'm just going to go and say it is, yeah.
So we should see one popping up soon, because I think we're about to get through the first cycle here.
Is that another plunder run?
It is another plunder run. And we have the Nimble Strike. So we actually haven't cycled through the deck yet for Christian.
I just picked up 2 Exudes, so I think he has cycled this, yeah. I remember him pitching the Exudes and the plunder run earlier.
Oh, I didn't remember.
He's going to double plunder run here, I think.
I didn't remember him pitching the Nimble Strike, which is why I thought we hadn't cycled. But I guess we have. That makes sense.
Double plunder into Exude is huge.
Which color plunder is giving the boost here, though?
I think it's a yellow one or a blue. I think it's a yellow one, but it could be a blue.
So 6 or 5, which Rhinar does have attacks that he can block this and not really care much about the Exude's effect.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a red, I would agree it would be crippling here, but
Mm-hmm.
I think the red is the one he played from hand. I mean, how can you be watching this game and saying that other metas are more interesting, right? This is literally one of the most interesting games of Flesh and Blood we've seen in, like, this month,
Oh, the stream went down on my side.
No! God damn it. Stop robbing us of our beautiful, beautiful games.
Hopefully they managed to fix it soon enough, because we were really getting to the nitty-gritty of this game. Life total apart, I don't think the life total represent much of what's actually happening here. If we have cycled through the deck and have less than 20 cards, we're really entering maybe towards the end game. And Reinhardt's plan is coming together, where he might be able to actually turn this all around. But 15 life points is getting awfully low. The French chat is asking that we turn on the camera again. Hopefully that will be fixed soon. Life totals haven't moved, so hopefully they've paused the game while they're trying to fix the camera issues, or Rhinar is just blocking really efficiently and taking no damage. As Simon says, this game is so slow but so tense. I completely agree. This is one of those grindy matchups that are very enjoyable to watch. Not one you would also expect when you saw Rhinar going into Briar.
Yeah, especially this Briar that's kind of like more lightning focused. Let's just try if we can refresh the stream, though. I imagine the camera is still off.
No, it's a camera issue because we can still see the whole overlay.
Yeah, and I mean, they really should pause the game, to be honest, but I can understand not wanting to break the player's concentration.
I think that's the challenge here, is the players are so into this game right now. Probably keeping track of a lot of things with their pitch and how far into their deck they are and the number of threats. So now we can ask, while we have some free time, we can ask Matt if the fact that he thought that you couldn't restructure your pitch is part of the reason he went for a deck that doesn't pitch much, because obviously it simplifies the matter. Or did that not play a role and you were just thinking that this deck was broken anyways? Pitching is discarding and is a crime. Fair enough. I mean, as you said, when you think of E-Strike draw card as 5 for 0, it's all value, you can get where pitching being a bad thing comes in. And then we have Zazazaurus saying this game is more interesting because it's back to being slow games where you don't have to spend most of the game blocking chain. It's interesting that Lightning Briar or Cheerio Briar is not getting the same boogeyman treatment as Chain did. I think if you give that Briar deck a husk, then suddenly it's just Chain 2.0. Doing the same, very similar things to what Chain used to do, which is just have obscene card advantage and damage.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday, and a lot of it is because the chain matchup kind of feels inevitable, right? You get down to those last cards. They've pitched in exactly the right order. and then they banish and they just hold on to cards to build the perfect turn against you, and you're just like, okay, well, I just lose then, because every game is going to that inevitable place where they finish me off. Whereas Briar doesn't have that. I mean, Briar has a bit more variance, and I think has a lot more game against it.
Sorry to interrupt, Finbar. There was damage taken. You can see life totals being changed.
That's fine. I mean, I don't think it's fair to interrupt the game at this point. Though hopefully they will fix the camera without interrupting the players too much.
So I think just based on the amount of damage I was taking, it might have been a sword damage because it was 2.
Yeah.
But obviously you were commentating blind over here.
No, but 2 damage is almost definitely the sword swing. Now is a good time, of course, to remind you that, of course, if you have not actually gone through and liked the channel of the French people who are streaming this, I'll put the link in chat. Please do go through and give them a like wherever you're watching this video, even if you're watching it as a playback. They've put a lot of effort into this stream, and of course letting me restream this as well with English commentary. So you really do just deserve to give them a like, give them the appreciation they earn and they deserve for putting in all this work and getting this stream out. And the same is true for the German and the Spanish people that we've had games on over the thing. Just make sure you're actually going through to the actual channels that are streaming this and not just liking the restream. Not that I'm not happy to have hit 800 subscribers this weekend, which is obviously a huge milestone for me, but I do want to make sure that that affection goes through fully to the people who deserve it as well, on the ground level.
And we have the cameras being fixed rather.
Amazing.
But yeah, big shout out to every store around the world who's been hosting nationals. Every store we've seen so far has done a bang up job.
Yeah.
And it's been amazing to be able to actually watch the other metas develop. Because we had a big bond at the start with online gameplay, and since then people have had their local scene restart. So it's been great to see what those local scenes and names have become since.
I love it, especially because it's it's like when we were all playing globally, there was just that one meta, which was like a lot of Ira, but like Southeast Asia, which like just had way more Ira and Kano than everyone else. So there were still like kind of different metas, but it felt like one combined meta. Whereas now we're seeing that actually, even though some of the decks translate, the gameplay style and which decks are actually winning don't necessarily translate perfectly, right? And that Briar deck is low on cards. You can see it now. It is, yeah, it is going to start running into problems soon, I think. Nimble as a Ball Lightning coming in for 5, I think.
But then I get
the Lightning Briar deck blocks very, very well. Yeah,
it does. 13 life points though from 13 life points from the Rhinar side. Does feel like he can just block out and eventually get there. It's difficult to just keep chipping. There are also 2 sigils left in the Briar deck, so I'm not sure if that's actually going to push the 2 damage that normally come with them, because Rhinar can just afford to pitch and block that. I do think it might come down to whether he sided the evergreens in or not. And again, I feel like we didn't see those cards being pitched. He might have used the E-strikes to put them at the bottom of his deck.
I mean, if he took those out, then he's definitely going to be in trouble. You see the unmovable.
And then we have the sword pitching the... Yeah, still pitching the sigil. 2 and 2. So he's at least very much maximizing the output of his sword here. But I'm assuming we're gonna see a block for at least part of it. Scab Skins is also still fully available to block. And so is the armor on Christian's side, even though I don't get the feeling that it's gonna life total for Christian and armor total is gonna matter as much.
Yeah. So we see a block of the arcane, a block of the physical.
Mm-hmm.
Is that no arsenal? Interesting. Do we know what that card is?
I'm not sure, but I would guess a blue if it does an arsenal.
Yeah, it looks
And
like
we have. Do we have any attack actions in that hand?
So sigil, there's an Earthlaw
Uh-huh.
Surge.
Yeah, he plays a sigil to block. Uses a tunic to block the arcane. Takes 1 damage because.
We had one resource floating, so why did
Mm-hmm.
he use the tunic to block the arcane?
Good question.
Sorry, mate. Sorry.
We do have a Ravenous Rabble, I think. Surge and what's the third card?
Is it a force of nature, maybe?
Can't tell. It does look like an Earth card from the color scheme, so maybe.
Yeah, it's a force of nature. A lot of the time he doesn't have a blue feint. Obviously you need a blue to block the
Oof.
2 arcane from the thing. What did he flip?
He flipped a sting of sorcery.
Ah, ouch. Okay, so this will only be coming in for 7.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a big deal here, right? Because you're obviously getting towards the bottom of your deck. You have mainly non-attack actions left. Rhinar is gonna turn on the damage tap very soon. So
And he can block this with his scab skins if now is the time to turn on the damage.
mm-hmm. Rhinar has definitely been very patient this whole game, doing this the right way, and let's see if he can seal it here. Callum saying that Rhinar should roll for Scalpskin on his off turns just for fun. That is very true. Nothing to lose about it.
There's about 12 cards left in the.
1, 2, 3.
I think we're at about 12 to 18, maybe. Rhinar is not that far ahead on the cards.
I think he's still slightly further ahead. And the issue, though, is Rhinar has mostly blues in there with just club for 4, right?
Yeah. But then Club for 4 is the same as Rosetta with a rune chant, right? It's
1 less.
No,
But
I
get your point.
It's a split damage, right?
And with the life differential that you're at, yeah, you're definitely right.
Oh, he's blocking with last ditch effort. What?
I thought your plan was to play that card, but maybe I'm assuming he's running more than 1 last ditch effort.
Yeah. Does he not need that, right? That's a blue. Block the arcane. Dude, this is pissing me off now. Sorry. This Rhinar player looking back at this match, I'm sorry, mate, but you can block with Skullcap. You have Arcane Barrier 3.
Mm-hmm.
You just pitched a blue. What are you doing? He's lost about 5 damage this game doing that.
Yeah.
And it's not okay. Yeah. Sorry, I don't really get heated that much, but stuff like that does bother me because you should know how Skullcap works. Ooh, what do we got? Captain's Call, Lightning Strike. Is that the Force of Nature again? Yeah, those are just cycling now.
Mm-hmm. Makes an rune chant.
And swings.
And there you go. I think he's probably trying to set up a big turn, right?
He's trying to set up a big turn, and he's worried about his deck size.
And his opponent is at 10, right? His opponent has to block this and then can come with a big turn where you don't really care. You're at 33. You will take the damage, set up your big turn to try and close the game. Makes sense.
I think the Rhinar player
And
is just on too low life to win this game at this stage. And I think part of that is just to be that chip damage from the sword that he could have blocked.
mhm. Yeah, I counted a minimum of 3 arcane damage. It was maybe more.
I think it was about 5 or so that he could have blocked. That's really unfortunate. Because he's playing so cleanly outside of that.
Yeah. Still too early to write him off, though. I think.
It's
Yeah, we'll see what
9 to
happens.
33, dude. Like, yeah. I agree that I like that he's got a strategy. I like that he's sticking to the strategy. But it's going to be very hard to, get this across the line, especially because next term we're going to come in with the captain's call, 2 non-attack actions, double, maybe 2 attack actions. He might even Arsenal the lightning surge, right? And then
yeah, the French chat also is pointing out the skull cap not trigger, but forgotten skill.
Yeah, it's just very upsetting, really.
We do have Chunks, one of our key Rhinar players, now joining us in the chat. You would have loved this game, Chunks. It was very much what you stand for. Very grindy matchup, just using Rhinar's skills to block out and push some chip damage when he could, and just try to fatigue Briar. And as we've said, he's played this matchup really well. It's just taking some extra damage where he could have blocked Arcane.
Yeah, the chip damage really just adds up. One of the reasons you can't go super defensive against this deck. You need to be putting on pressure that actually takes cards out of their hand. Otherwise, they just can keep coming in with 5-card hands, and you just can't block everything, right?
I think I'm going to have to agree with you on 9 being too low at this stage. Just having seen the hand from the Briar there. He has his Snatch. He still has a few 4x, while I think Rhinar is almost out of defense reactions.
Yeah. And the problem is, it doesn't matter how much damage Rhinar presents, right? It's going to be a 5-card hand regardless, because, I think this is the first Intimidate of the game.
You might be right, yeah.
Yeah.
And then club for...
Oh, no.
maybe...
It's gone again.
Oh, Cam.
I mean, he's just taking the damage, right? He doesn't mind. Dropping down to 24.
So it was club for 9, actually. I thought it was 8. But yeah, he did take that damage. Gone down to 24, and now gonna come in with his turn with Snatch, go again. If he has an Exude in hand, that might be quite interesting.
I mean, the camera's been fine for hours, so...
It might be slightly overheating.
Well, it was fine all of yesterday as well, so it's a bit sad to see it messing up now.
In the final moments of the game as well, potentially. Let's hope they manage to get it back up quickly.
I expect we're just going to see Rhinar's health drop to 0 before the camera comes back on.
That would be a very sad ending to what has been an amazing game.
Yeah, it would. Maybe I have too little faith. I mean, Rhino's only taken 2. That's a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
But then Christian might just be doing his slow grindy game, right? Not throwing out too many cards.
I get the feeling it might be too arcane again,
Yeah.
which would be concerning.
Oh. Is this the backup camera?
You can actually see the trophy on the side right there.
Nice bit of cognizance about what you're playing for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this isn't ideal, but this will do. We see Scar for Scar, 2 Exudes, and a Lightning Press. Interestingly, the Exude's getting pitched for a Rune Chant.
Mm-hmm.
I
I
think
think he's now being hyper aware of the game plan from the Rhinar and just making sure that he does not run out of threats. Well,
he's just grinding
wait,
it. Yeah.
look at the Rhinar's deck right now.
Yeah, he's got no cards left. I doubt he can even
So,
do 24 damage.
no, probably not anymore. The fatiguer got fatigued.
This is almost what we saw yesterday. People were like, okay, so the answer to Lightning Briar is to fatigue, without realizing that the deck can still pitch and can still grind out a game. And, like, Bravo got fatigued by this Lightning Briar deck yesterday. So what hope does Rhinar have, you know? No offense to Chunks, but, you know, Bravo is very good at grinding.
You gotta give credit what credit is due, though. Amazing game from these two players to go this far. And yeah, amazing game from the Rhinar to try his fatigue plan, but very impressive from Christian's side as well to just have managed to make his way through it. And I'm not gonna say make it look easy, but definitely seems unconcerned about this game plan and just has so much more damage available to him.
That springboard somersault. Yeah. 3 cards left. We'll see a bit of damage here.
Mm-hmm.
No,
You have the sigil as well.
just a club. I mean, if you pitch
I
to
think,
blue,
yeah,
he'll just block the arcane and deal a whole damage.
he has the one floating, so he uses that.
He has 3 cards left in that deck.
But no go again from the Briar. However, yeah, I mean, how do you block so much when Briar is just going to come for 4 every turn?
Yeah, I mean, this is what I said, right? Is that the Briar deck has started to run out of go again, which is the big struggle that deck has late game.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't care. He's just putting out 3 damage a turn. It's a 2-card block or a ping for 1, and he can just play this game until it's over, right? It's a 2-card block, I guess, or a ping for 1, and he can just play this game until it's over. It is interesting, like, what is Rhinar saving those scab skins for as well?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there has to be a turn where he blocks with the scab skins and pitches for the arcade.
I think this should be the turn right now.
He's not going to get a better option. But he just throws away another barraging beatdown, dude. You can't do that. You can't, those are your only threats.
Mm-hmm.
So is it 5 cards to 4? Fair enough.
Yeah, except for the fact that Briar has a full hand as well.
Yeah.
With threats in it, as we've seen.
See, that would have been the perfect turn to play the Scabskins, block with the Scabskins, play the Barraging Beatdown, and swing in with the club. It's just sitting there. It hasn't even got any armor on.
And I think Christian is just doing the math to make sure he doesn't miss anything. And decides to block.
Huh. I mean, it's funny because he doesn't need to.
I don't think he does either. But at this stage, you're so close to the win, you're triple checking every single one of your decisions.
Yeah. And also, I guess he does have to be a little careful because if he does drop below a certain point, there is a point where the Rhinar player can be like, okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's a grind on both sides, but I don't see us getting to that point. Oh, a little bit of camera delay, but it looks like we are loading back in. There we go. So I think Matt is right. I think what he's been pitching for is the Force of Natures and the Exude Confidences, so that he can play Exude with Force of Nature and pump it to 8. Okay, well, he's not doing that, but that would have been a fairly solid play.
That would have been a solid play, yeah. Maybe even closes the game as Rhinar might decide not to block as is his last hope.
Yeah.
But I think it would be slightly telegraphed.
I think it would be telegraphed. He'd probably block with 1 card, but he'd still take, like 4 damage or something.
He is playing incredibly patiently, that is
Use
true.
the Scabskins. Yes, use them. Get them gone. What is this turn? Like, he has to have something here now, right? Yeah, maybe Matt is right. Maybe he's setting up for a full triple blue Exude Confidence turn. That would be a pretty good way to finish this game.
Mm-hmm.
Tunic is at 3. Come on, you've got 3 cards in your hand, mate. Play something.
It's your last chance, really.
Push some damage, really. Nope. Like, I get it. You don't have many cards left in your deck. You're nervous about what you're going to do. But do you really think you're fatiguing at this point?
Well, maybe he has a last-ditch effort with barraging, and he has like one last combo that might do 20 damage. The other thing is, we haven't discussed this, but technically Christian is at 23 life points because he has 3 armor available to him, while 4 with Tunic, so...
People keep coming back being like, I've just come back from this thing. How is this game still going? It's not over. So he can use the Tunic to block an Arcane. And he can... Ooh, interesting. Captain's Call, Force of Nature. With a Tunic counter up, it may be over, folks. That is an Exude Confidence for 6, with the also added threat from Rosetta after the fact. This may be GG.
I mean, I would say take the 6 and then block the Rosetta fully, but obviously I think we haven't seen a full block with Skullcap yet, so that might not be the turn we'll see it.
Yeah, no, I mean he's clearly forgotten how Skullcap works at this point.
Well, regardless of outcome, this has been a riveting game, and
Mm.
definitely one where my thoughts on who was ahead and who was going to win switched a couple of times throughout the game.
Yeah, exactly. And if anything, this has successfully, shown people that Rhinar is more than capable of competing at this level.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, springboard somersault. That is what we need. Yeah.
Block 7.
Yeah.
So that was the card in Arsenal all along. Interesting.
Yeah. But then we just see Tunic counter for Rosetta.
Yeah. You take the sword, and then what? You have 3 cards in hand, 2 in your deck or 1 in your deck.
Yeah.
The issue is going to be the next turn, though.
I mean, they're quickly running out of next turns, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Not sure what's going on right now.
He's reading Last Ditch Effort. Let me read Last Ditch Effort. Never actually seen it played.
Me neither. How much damage can you actually present with Last Ditch and assuming 2 barragings?
When you play Last Ditch Effort, if you have no cards in your deck, it gains +4 and go again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Barraging, but it costs 3, right? And Barraging Beatdown is free, but only applies to brute cards. So you can present a lot of damage if you have a full hand with a Barraging blue into a club with, Last Ditch Effort, but...
Oh no, he's considering blocking the sword. Okay, uses his tunic to only take 1 arcane.
Then maybe throw the tunic and the boots at the sword. Jason, the camera overhead broke, so they are just going with this. Yeah.
2 blues and 2 Last Ditch efforts is 16, says Matt.
Yeah, but he doesn't have 2 Last Ditch efforts. He's already blocked with some of them.
He's blocked with 1. I don't know if he's running 3.
Yeah. We're on like 5 cards to 6 cards or 10 or 8 cards or something. But the Briar player is definitely winning the fatigue game because he's been on the attack and Rhinar has just had to block every turn, right?
Mm-hmm. And he blocks with a card from hand here as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a rough spot. And Briar still has enough to push damage with the lightning press.
Yeah,
I think Briar's just gonna win this.
Yeah,
most likely.
Yeah. Because you can attack with the Exude and you can lightning press it, boost it with the Force of Nature and the Sting of Sorcery.
Sting of Sorcery, yep.
And then you've got Exude for 11, which you can't block because you have no deck left. Yeah. I will say that this just kind of this kind of just reinforces what I've said before about this matchup. I really don't think either as Bravo or as Rhinar that you can effectively go with a fatigue strategy because there are so many repeat attacks that you have to block to survive to the fatigue phase that you end up spending your whole hand repeatedly over and over again. Whereas if you come in with an attack for 9 or something like that, they do have to spend 3 cards to block it. You need to be, you need to be putting on the pressure in order to get that, that back and forth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the
And
Briar
he's
is
just going for the exude here.
the Briar is also out of deck though, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. However, actually, well, no, they can't really deck out here, can they?
No,
I
someone
mean,
someone has to win.
yeah,
It'll either be the Rosetta
yeah.
for 1 and 1 arcane, or it'll be the
Which I think Briar wins this, even though, yeah, I think Briar wins this, but we'll
just
see.
because he's on more health, right?
Mm-hmm. But he's out of cards.
Yeah. I mean, look, you pitch here, you block with the boots this turn. Next turn, if another 4 cost comes in, you block with the tunic and a pitch, and then you just draw your pitch back up and you swing the hammer, right? You don't have that many options. You're both going to be giving 1 card from your hand. Does he still have a blue in hand? He does, yeah, but he's not going to... No, I don't... Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, I think we do need to give Christian his credit here for playing around the fatigue. I
Yeah.
think if he had just gone, the most damage he could do every turn, he would have been fatigued, but he saw the game plan and played around it from a long time ago, and that's probably why we see him ahead right now.
Yeah, like 10 turns ago, he basically switched to doing Rune Chant plus Arcane. Interesting. I think we're going to see a block for 5 here. He's expecting the pump. It's sensible, I think. Very sensible. Yeah.
But you have blues and lightning press. It does get you over, but does it get you over for the kill? So he's blocking 5.
He'll be on 1.
No, it doesn't.
If you play both of these.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem, of course, then is that you have literally only got 1 card left in your deck. maybe we've been wrong
3.
about this. Maybe the Rhinar player is actually going to fatigue this game for the win.
We don't know what's in Arsenal. I get the feeling the card in Arsenal might be another 4 attack.
Maybe.
And again, don't forget the armor from Christian is still
True,
fully
he hasn't
available.
spent anything yet. Gonna give it +2. Then lightning press it. I think he's got 2 blues. Putting his opponent down to 1 here makes perfect sense, right? And then he'll draw the 2 blues.
You still have the armor.
You have your armor, and you can just basically go pitch a blue, Rune Chant, sword until the end of the game, right? You're still on 16 life. So
yeah.
Okay,
if
so that card in
Arsenal
must be an attack though, right? Because
he kept the lightning press, yeah.
He kept a lightning press for it.
And it must be a free attack as well.
Yeah.
Or maybe not, because his tunic is still alive as well, and I think it's live, yeah.
Last ditch effort for 8. Oh, it's not even good now because the guy just takes 8, right? Yeah.
He does take 8.
And then you lose a card from your deck and you now only got 2 cards left. Like, oh, it has go again. He's coming with a club. Oh, you love to see it, folks. You love to see it. If he had just been able to chip a little bit more damage, this could have been a game-winning play, but is he going to take Briar down to 3? Is this how this is going to go? Oh.
Wait, is it 3 or 4?
It's a club for 5, isn't it? No, it's a club for 4.
No, it's a club for 4.
He just blocks with armor, dude.
Well, that's the thing.
He's got all his armor.
At his life total. Yeah.
Oh man. If he knew how,
let's find out. What is in Arsenal? Show us. I need to know.
I mean, does he not just go Rune Chant?
He probably does, but I want to see what's in Arsenal.
Oh, it's a snatch. Okay. Rune Chant, snatch.
That's game.
That's game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he gives it +3.
You have to take the Rune Chant. You have to block. Either you give him your forehand and then he just, swords you to death, or you block 3 and then he just lightning presses you to death.
Andrew, I don't think that's entirely fair, right? I mean, both of these players have played very, very well. They've just made some minor mistakes, misread the game state little bits here and there, and that's, I wouldn't call them drunk. I'd just say, you don't have many options. He blocks 3, goes down to 1, 0. No, 1. What? Was that a yellow lightning press?
Oh,
it must have
that
been.
would make sense.
Yeah.
So draws, and then
Yeah, it's a good game. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's game. Christian takes it.
Yeah. I do
game.
I do agree with what people are saying in chat. I think the skull cap not being used properly really kind of really kind of threw things a bit for the Rhinar player. Otherwise, I think this was fantastically played. And I do think that maybe if he had been just slightly more aggressive and chipped away a few more points, maybe the game would have gone more in his favor. Because he could have got Briar blocking with 2 cards for his 1, and then that's kind of how the fatigue thing sort of scopes itself out.
No, it was an amazing game from both players, and a really close game, a lot closer than I thought it would be when we looked at the matchup at the start. And yeah, great job to Christian. He takes it. Great job to his opponent Etienne for a very close second place.
Yeah, I mean that just like coming in with the last ditch effort and the club and bringing your opponent down all the way to like 4 or 6 is just it's just perfect because he literally couldn't block anymore at that point, or he wouldn't have been able to pitch and swing. So yeah, it was fantastic really to see how that game wrapped up. So here you go. Hopefully the US Nationals coming up this evening. I will be out, but hopefully they will be just as exciting. There will be a lot of Briar mirrors and Runeblade mirrors, so it will be a bit tricky. Because we're going to have a lot of mirror matches, which I know people don't like. But there is the Spicy Ice Lexi, say that very quickly, in the top 8 as well, who, may just cause a problem for some of these Briar decks. So hopefully she can at least make it to the top 4, if not the final. I feel like if there was a deck that was going to knock those Lightning Briars out of there, it would be that.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just answering the question about Skullcap just so that everyone knows.
Yeah, so obviously if you're on lower life, you can pitch a blue to block any amount of Arcane because you have Arcane Barrier 3. But you have to pitch a blue to block 1 or 2 Arcane. But you don't have to wait until you block 3 Arcane just because it's 3. You can block 2. You don't have to wait for 3 to come in. Anyway, thank you, Shin. It was very good having you on.
Thanks for having me. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, very knowledgeable player and very useful to have you here when I had to turn the mic off and start sneezing a lot. So yeah, it's gone very well, and obviously this has been a really fun weekend to just stream French championships. And just so much flesh and blood going on this weekend. I mean, there's 5 national championships. The US one has been happening as well, but that's not the only one that's been going on. And it's just been great to see the different metas going on in Germany, in Spain, etc., and see who is winning. Briar not unexpectedly, did win in France, but I feel like Christian really played that deck perfectly and made it his own.
He did.
Yeah.
Yep. It was impressive.
Yeah, it was really, really good. If you're looking for more flesh and blood right now, I'm going to post a link to the German stream, which is still going on.
We can see which gold foils they got really quick.
Oh, hello. Disappear. Is that a Mask of Momentum?
It would be... I think it is, yes. Christian got his mask, and as he was an Ira player for so long, it's just poetic that he got the mask. And I think we have a golden crowd of seeds for Etienne.
I mean, that's going to look pretty gorgeous as well, but that is something else. And he got a Briar.
Really nice.
Good. I'm glad he got a Briar. That's gorgeous. That is absolutely gorgeous. Okay,
Well,
yeah.
Okay.
So
That's
do
our cue.
please tune into the German top 8. That should be starting soon. Their commentary is in English, so don't be afraid to just jump over onto their video and listen into what they're saying. I'm sure you're going to have a great time. And yeah, that's it, really. Thanks all, everyone, for joining us. And obviously, if you're watching this later on, just thank you for tuning in and having a look at what's happening in other metas. And I'm sure I will see you all soon.
Cheers. See you soon.